Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure that we start today, the third and last day of the 14th edition of International Congress in Human Rights, with the theme protection of human rights in more continuing and post-pandemics. It comes with speakers from Bolivia, Spain, United States, Hungary, England, Mexico, Mozambique, Portugal, and Turkey. Our thanks to each one of you that measure efforts to be here with us today. Welcome. At this moment, we will start the first panel of this morning with the theme of hunger in the world, food security post-pandemic. We call to the stage the mediator, Paulo Sérgio Gomes, Doctor of Education from UNISPA, Masters in Philosophy, Professional Law from UFT, and Masters in the Rule of Law and Human Rights from ESMAT and UFT. I would like to invite the speakers Egidio Paulo Gambé from Mozambique, who will be participating virtually. I would also like to invite the speaker Newton Narciso Gomes Jr. from Brazil. And speaker Cláudia Pilar Araniba from Bolivia. From this moment, I'll give the floor and the mediation to Paulo Sérgio Gomes. Good morning, everyone. Today, we are here to share knowledge, the results of our research work, and to celebrate science, which is an accomplishment of humanity. The 14th International Congress of Human Rights, with the title, The Protection of the Post-Pandemic Scenario, gives us reflection about the force of the humanity and also of our fragilities. Since yesterday, we have been following several presentations about human rights, and in this sense, I hope that each one of us are learning with all these presentations. I would like to thank the speakers that were yesterday here, both the Brazilians and the foreigners, and I thank SISMAT and UFT for the organization of the event, and I'd like to thank my work colleagues in the Masters of the Rule of Law and Human Rights. Before I start and I give the floor to our roundtable, I would like to share with you a poem, the title Bicho, Animal, written by Manuel Bandeira in December 1947. I saw yesterday an animal getting food and waste. When he found something, he just ate it to voracity. He wasn't a dog, not a cat, not a rat. The animal was a human being. A poem may express what we have deep in the human soul in a simple and objective manner. This is the essence of our table today. This poem is still very updated, very current, contemporary, and it still denounces the fragilities of the huge social abyss and a society divided into classes when the misery was shows so evident again in the COVID-19 pandemic. It still denounces the the violation of the dignity, human dignity today, so dear to us, written in the Constitution of 1988. It's with immense satisfaction we start our presentations, our session today. I would like to thank and congratulate Professors Egídio Paulo Gambi, Cláudia Pilar, Isarraga Arinaba, and Newton Narciso Gomes Jr. We're going to start the presentations with Professor Egídio Paulo Gambi from Mozambique. I'll do a brief presentation of his curriculum. Professor Egídio Gambi is PhD in political science from the University of Bordeaux in France. Political research, academic consultant. He has more than 12 years in research and also governance and public policies, bureaucracy, and political economic in Mozambique. He's senior manager of the electoral department in sustainable, and he also worked as a political policy in the University of Eduardo Mondlane, where he coordinated the master's program in political science and political administration. Currently, he collaborates with the institutional electoral development for sustainable development in elections, and with an international team that conducts public policy research in the African context in a broader way. He's a founder member and former director of the Center of Urban Centers in Mozambique. Give the floor to you. Thanks a lot for this opportunity to talk about such an important theme. I'm not gonna give many details about my introduction. I thanks for the organization and Professor Diju. I will share part of the work that is quite detailed that I've been working with colleagues about human rights in conflict, in the context of conflict, specifically in context related to violent extremism, which we can call as terrorism in Mozambique, showing North Mozambique, which is called Cabo Verde. And my talk will be in the form of patches, but I hope that this can be useful in terms of contribution. First of all, I think to locate ourselves in Mozambique is an image of a country that is in Austral Africa. It's located next to the South Africa, which is a more known country about the Indic Ocean. So just for general knowledge. So I'll divide my presentation in three parts. The first part will be a little bit to give you an idea of the political situation of Mozambique. Then finally, there are some basic principles of what Professor Paulo just mentioned as the human being, as an animal. In the second part, I'll be talking about the natural conditions of the country, which has had a high level of stability. Food stability results in hunger. And the last part, I'm going to be focusing on tip of my presentation, which is the issues involving terrorism in the extreme northern part of Mozambique, focusing on parts of the human life, and particularly speaking about the political issues of the country. I like to emphasize that it's a country that have a stability as a Mozambique since it got independent in 1975. It has registered some conflicts, and a country that has experienced many spaces. And the largest pacification peace experiment was after 1982 until 2012, which not much of a peace Apart from this, it has many conflicts in a cyclic manner. And the map of Mozambique, I will show you the the conflict again, the new conflicts that happen in the center part of the country, on the northern part, and then the second part I'll focus on the northern part of the country and the conflicts. The result is that the stability as a mode of governance. It's not to say that war is a public policy. We know that we have the classic reading, but this is not the case here. Just to say that the country is in a recurrent manner has been building forced displacement, and that most of the time they migrate to urban zones that in a way has not been developing in a prepared way to that when they receive this forced displacements, the cities are organized not in a way to receive these places. And of course, the COVID has also its influence, and also the rural space. There is almost a cyclic moment of returning and going back and going to the urban, and so this makes it insecure. And in a country which mostly rural, this conflicts and forcing this displacement is characteristic. The wars do not permit that these populations are able to cultivate the land in productive areas, even with the trends of capitalism, neoliberal of the agriculture, of large scale agricultural. So the spaces are victims of this production level. The connection is not very good, so we're not able to translate.
É o que eu chamo aqui dos desastres naturais. Bom, Moçambique é quase que um país
Mozambique is almost a country that suffers cyclic disasters, type of serious floods, cyclones. In the last 30 years, we had more than 30 cyclones. And in the last years, from 2019 for 2022, there were registered historic destructions, two cyclones that was called and that caused the destructions of more than 700 planted area, 7 hectare, and again the forced displacement of people. It's not a numeric figure, but of course, and we don't have a very exact statistics, and this is what the official number says, but we know that the number is even higher. And so it put a large number of the population in need, and the COVID also intensified these difficulties. You notice that my first intervention, the forced displacement usually force these people to the urban zones and also in the urban centers of Mozambique, and the informal economy in the sense of the street market, and also COVID. The COVID control meant to restrict these activities of this crowds that were forced to displace to urban centers. So this is just a general overview so you can understand the problems of the country, the zones of floods, the zones of cyclones. They coincide with the conflict zones. In some examples, it's in the extreme north of Mozambique with the border with Tanzania, and it's a zone that in the last years is mentioned as a location with gas, with areas of gas that are explored, and in fact, it's developing a type of conflict that was not typical to this country. That is a violent extremism that since 2007 happens, especially from 2020 2021. There was a major bloody attack that even forced that many exploring companies of this gas minerals could be then justify using this force. So the government initially didn't see this as a major problem. Only in 2019, already 3 years after the conflicts began, happened in an organized manner. So then they saw that this was insurgent because the reasons are not well known, but studies have been uh, verified that this was motivated by religious reasons, that this extremism has a tend to be presented as Islamic extremism, as the force of the devil, and involving this religion. But the major reason, according to official data and the interventions of the government, is to fight. To fight this only started in 2021 with not a very clear approach. And at the moment that I'm here talking to you, there is a force of the region of the border. There is forces from Rwanda which intervene directly, but there is supported by the UE through direct forces, direct help to the armed forces. But as a result of this violent extremism that related to natural disasters and to COVID, and the restrictions in urban centers, there are sites that are totally inaccessible at this moment as populations were forced to displace, to immigrate. And when you see some graphs that I will show you, it's just to show the waves that are not accessible. It's true that the the trend is to ensure a little bit of stability, and some 60% of death have been of civilians have been registered, and almost 80,000 people have been displaced, and even in 74 that happened and these waves were displaced to countries like Tanzania, and this happened throughout the region to the north of Mozambique. And the result of this terrorism, more than destroying the country in an economic aspect, I name is terrorism in Captiva. I will not do the whole ethnography of this process. I'm just bringing some elements and talking about some resistance centers that have been established in Captiva. Just to give an example of these 800,000 people, almost 75,000 of these are minors and suffering from malnutrition, serious malnutrition, and so the access to the lands, the basic food, and this makes it even intensifies. And the settlement areas, there is kidnapping done by military forces, which hinders the trust in military forces and the population that has been migrated. And this results in a high level of vulnerability of the population. Even talking about basic food, and not to mention physical aggressions, sexual aggressions, and this concept has been almost not non-existent in this area. So that's what I'm talking about, these centers. I already mentioned the problem. of the state authority, the government authority is not prepared to these emergencies being both natural and also these war conflicts and the uncertainty of these locations. So this makes the population to displace themselves again to these insecure places, even even if there is a kind of response from part of the government. It doesn't happen in a very ordered manner, and the humanitarian help, not because this region has many circulation restrictions, and there is the restriction of resources. PMA recently I had to do a type of selective assistance because there were no conditions. There are some locations that have not received any type of support, and populations that don't have comes with any type of help, and they are suffer from uh, violent extremism. These are some elements that I wanted to share and to give you an overview of the situation. This is uh, uh, and also about the food security of Mozambique. And this was a country, and it can be true, but it persists as a challenge in involving stability and create conditions for the food security. It's a very difficult to interpret Mozambique in a structured manner because there because of all of these difficulties involved and the violent extremism in the northern part of the Mozambique, and also the food security, and again because of these natural disasters, and without conditions of the population to resist as in a resilient manner, and with the COVID this got more exposed. So just to summarize, the natural disasters, conflicts, violent conflicts, and the scarce participation of the government results in the serious attack to human rights, and the idea that the animal is in fact the human being, the social order is totally disorganized. And thank you for this opportunity.
Hello. Now, continuing with our presentations, Professor Claudia Pilar Buzarga Ananibar, you have the floor, ma'am.
Bom dia, saludar y cumplimentar a todos los participantes, sobre todo a los organizadores que han facilitado la posibilidad de este.
Mostly, I'd like to salute everyone who made it possible for us to be here today and to look at the alignments and to be able to inspire from different places the construction of what could be really a new alternative for a world that is building a new experience, an experience in the post-pandemic world. I'd like to acknowledge my colleague from Mozambique. I'd like to thank him for sharing his experience with us. That's been a source of inspiration. My colleague Milton Camarada for his ideas, and our dear colleague Paulo, who together with all of us have made so many contributions. I will start off by presenting that the so-called the call made for this Congress actually puts on the table two fundamental things. The first one will be in reference to the ontological construction of what we think, what society thinks in the post-pandemic world. The time of the post-pandemic world leads us to think how we live from different places and under the experience of COVID. The question of the rights somehow were in support for us to be able to overcome these experiences throughout the pandemic times we went through, which brought so much pain and so much frustration, but also brought to us the building of alternatives, the deep-seated options for society. As our colleague from Mozambique said, resilience through, in a way, we've been able to generate alternatives that could be civilizational. Another important topic also has to do with the fundamental concept hunger. Hunger in terms of not only of thinking as a substantive, as a noun, as something that will position us, but also the experience to gain access to foodstuffs, and also as an indication, as a civilizational command that has been explored and also constituted ways of production that displaced the fabric of life and the communities. So we may actually envision production means that will ensure the survival of whole populations. It also implies an indication of what involves the non-fulfillment of the call and the current Congress that we're attending, which has to do with the question of human rights. Hunger is a significant indication of capitalism, and the criticism is made that the rights to access to food has the right to food has not been fulfilled. And the Article 17 of the Constitution of my country, it's a fundamental right that should be worked on and fulfilled for the whole sum of the population of Bolivia, for example. As with everything that happens in Latin America, we have a high rate of food insecurity that this right to food is not ensured, and it's placed in the world context. Examples in Africa abound, where hunger is part of a condition that is being constituted within society as a result. As I said before, our colleague from Mozambique has said this system of exploration has no consideration for human life, and the moments in life and the basic condition of livelihood, which is access to food, is not fulfilled. Our colleague Paolo talked about this all important topic. And we're talking about hunger more specifically. There was a social scientist, Rosa of Luxembourg, who in the late 19th century presented a text on the access to food, a seminal study. Today, back then she was reflecting upon access to food in a society built on class differences, where food for some is ensured for some, but not for the majority of the population, especially in the case of some countries. Marginalized, vulnerable social classes will get food from trash cans, for example, and that shows us the concept of these differences that involve food and the constitution of inequalities that are part and parcel of the formation of our societies, not only in Latin America, but around the world as well. Taking into account all these aspects and thinking of hunger and how we may envision the building of a healthy, just, and fair society in the post-pandemic world, I'd like to share with you briefly how Bolivia is a small country with over 11 million people living in it, how we went through the pandemic, ensuring access and the fundamental right, which is access to food. I thought it was very pertinent to tell you that when the topic of the pandemic comes to Latin America, mostly Bolivia, Bolivia went through a very particular moment that we can describe as a political crisis generated through by a rupture of the constitutional order put in place by a fascist government that came to power through a coup d'etat. The structure generated a political crisis and accentuated by violence, growing violence in the past year, which is part of contemporary political life in Bolivia. We had bloodbaths and massacres and persecution of minorities, restrictions of the right to work of workers, and as I said, the impossibility to retake the political space to build democracy and to do decision making on behalf of the Bolivian people. Yet another aspect that characterizes this period during the pandemic involved the economic crisis that we went through. A fascist government led us in less than 5 months to a decline, and the economy was growing, and we were able to generate forecasts not only in economic terms but also in terms of rights. And that was the most radical transformation in Latin America: collective rights and territorial rights based on the resistance of people. And all of these things were all of these gangs were smothered by the fascist country. And nowadays, we went back 7 or 8 years. There was a pushback due to the bad decisions made by the fascist government and the corruption in the course of these 5 months. And then poverty went up and inequalities rose. 5 months, they meant a pushback of over 7 or 8 years. Our poverty rates rose, and in terms of investments, they went down. In this context, we Bolivians had to cope with the pandemic with and through an economic in the midst of an economic crisis and lack of respect for the rights of the population. The pandemic, when they hit Bolivia, we had an institutional articulation to be able to create an orderly fashion responsibilities in such a complex fabric as as Bolivian society. That implied that in the course of the first few months of the pandemic, we went we did a research comparing 250 days, comparing them with 250 days of the recovery of our democracy that was done in October 2020. 3 days before, we were celebrating the recovery of our democratic government. And again, the times of transformation to ensure freedom in Bolivia. And these 145 days, it's something that at the time of this analysis, we came to realize that the decisions made were, in a way, were looked upon as an authoritarian response, but community responses built on co-responsibility were essential. And from March all the way to June 2020, the first decision made was for a rigid, strict lockdown. The whole Bolivian population was confined for 6 months. And there was a strict lockdown that brought about, as a result, restrictions to freedom, the freedom to come and go, and the right to food and to a proper diet, and other rights that are enshrined in our political constitution. So it wasn't a sanitary measure, but rather a political measure to repress those process of rebellion that had been put in place that was actually brewing in the midst of the Bolivian population. That was an argument, a tool to curb the rebellion and the resistance of the Bolivian population, of the Bolivian people, over and above creating goals to curb the advance and the spread of the pandemic. The only measure taken was containment and confinement, but no measures were taken to reestablish that which would imply international relations that would allow for a for the strengthening of the sanitary system and to work in a planned way with intersectionalities on policies aimed at supporting the Bolivian people. And that's different from the responses that were made in the following 150 days, and we were able to retake the power of the state. These are measures that have to do with the topic of mass vaccination and against COVID, and a policy guided mostly by something that during lockdown times was abruptly interrupted. That was the topic of foodstuffs and ensuring the right to access to foodstuffs. So the food supply system collapsed as a result. The circulation of foods was next to impossible. One day supermarkets were ransacked, and there was a process of speculation and accumulation. But logically, the high upper classes benefited due to their purchasing power. They could hoard processed foods and fresh foodstuffs as well. The rest of the population wasn't able in one day to ensure foodstuffs for 6 months for a 6 month lockdown as mandated by the government. Food didn't get to the peasantry, which is peasants are responsible for most of our food. They were criminalized by a system that took the streets through military forces and police forces. Bolivia was militarized. We couldn't move around, and food didn't get to the spaces where they were sold, to the venues where they were sold under the aegis of capitalism. They had been curtailed, and that generated a community response in the midst of the community. We articulated short networks to make sure that food would be available for a bare minimum of the population, so we could ensure the minimum right to food. But that wasn't enough because white flags came up. That's a sign that the people were hungry and economic resources dwindled and food didn't get to people's cupboards, and the population had no way out. So conflict erupted as a result. The siege, teenagers laid siege to supermarkets, for example, and containment measures actually prevented them from having access to school and the possibility to carry on their lives normally. They couldn't feed themselves. And other important topics have come up through community arrangements within the social fabric of Bolivia. And those are the ones that generate life through the production of food, establishing solidarity mechanisms, complementarity mechanisms as well to articulate territories, not only within a state, but also different levels of the economy transactionally, and that generates important links and important bonds so that food will come from the tropical regions of Bolivia all the way to the valleys, and the trucks loaded with foodstuffs were able to go through, and these alternatives that challenge the wicked power of the dictatorship were enacted. I would like to place these elements on the table of our discussion and say that respond to the comments made by our colleague from Mozambique, showing him and you how we have thought of new avenues and new strategies to face another episode that could be yet another pandemic, an unknown phenomenon. It is necessary to analyze deeply and seriously the social fabrics, community based social fabrics that have allowed us to restore the power of the people, popular power, not just to produce, but also to produce responsibly. These episodes that will be presented in the course of history, I think that an important issue here is to think of this proximity of society through mechanisms of solidarity, spontaneous organizations, and consumers. So we're going to be able to collect the foodstuffs that are crucial to our livelihood. We thought it would be possible. We thought of comparing these community responses with authoritarian responses, and also to think that community responses must have the ability to activate social availability, to develop and reactivate social cooperation mechanisms between the rural environment and the urban centers, and to think of something that's very important, which has to do with the post pandemic times we're living right at this point, how to reconstitute live forces that will generate autonomy and self reliance. And thus ensuring production systems, food production systems, and to contextualize the role of foodstuffs as the source of life, as the very root of life, and the mainstay of our identity that transforms all of us into clients and commodities. Capitalism is reproduced through the commoditization of people, of human beings. So we must look beyond that facet of capitalism and to have a cautious look upon the implications of sustenance and which is at the very foundation beneath the so-called nation states and political constructs. I will conclude by saying that it is crucial for a topic like the one we're talking about is the need to think of this other another social pact. We had another social pact in Bolivia in 2006, which allowed for the building of a social pact, which led to the country's emancipation, founded on collective and territorial rights, thereby allowing our states to have a real constitution and a real and a fair legal system. It is a pact. I'm not proposing it to just about any country because that has to be analyzed case by case, but it must be taken into consideration by other countries in Latin America aimed at generating integration mechanisms that will allow us, founded on solidarity, grounded in solidarity, to avoid the mercantilization of life, thus ensuring possibilities to restore rights for everyone, and not only for some people. Hunger is an indication that these fundamental rights to food have not been fulfilled. Hunger and the persistence of hunger is an indication that society uh, and that society is ill and it needs to be changed in many different ways so that people so as to avoid an overaccumulation of capital at the hands of some people whilst uh, ensuring hunger for most people. I think I made a faux pas. I didn't introduce Professor Pilar's resume. I will do it now. Professor Claudia Pilar Isarga Adaniva has a master's in geography by UNESCO Brazil. She is a PhD student in rural development in Mexico. She's president of council of the FAB and ALA, director of the Community of Magina Studies. She's a researcher in the work group of the Latin American Council on Social Sciences, coordinator of GT Glaxo Territories, Autonomies and Memories. She's a member of the editorial board of the Divesses Bulletin. She was the coordinator and integrator of the work group of rural development on colonialism and a member of the executive committee of social Latin American social sciences. She was a member of the encyclopedic historical constituent structure of Bolivia through the studies on the flora and national Bolivian state. She has been writing on decolonialism, decolonization, and geography and autonomy. My apologies for the lack of a mention to your resume, and I'll give the floor now to Dr. Newton Narciso Gomez Jr. He's an economist and has a PhD from UNB and UNICAM, associate professor of social service at the University of Brasilia, and he is a professor in the permanent board professors, a leader of the Pesquisar Group, the nucleus of studies on food security, rice and beans, and researcher affiliated with the PENSA Network, affiliated also with the Maria Schenberg Network, based on lines of nutrition on the retail and wholesale side, practical foodstuffs and diet and agrarian development and rural development. Professor Newton, you have the floor.
Good morning. I'd like to thank first for the invitation, Professor Paulo and Esmachi. It's a fantastic opportunity to be able to make this very important discussion on hunger. Initially, I would like to make an alert as maybe this presentation will be marked by not usual exotism in the academic environment. We're going to discuss food, hunger. So another problem is are these devices. I would like to propose a discussion on hunger, hunger for food, and a hunger involving profit. And the reason I bring this discussion because I work with the division of the debate on hunger in two perspectives is the epidemic hunger that calls the attention normally of the people due to the emergency which this presents itself, and people that are in a non-condition and people that we see around the streets suffering from hunger. So, and this provokes solidarity symptoms between people and from part of the state actions that has as an objective to hide this contradiction. The second hunger for me is as serious as this is the pandemic hunger, the one that doesn't appear, that kills daily because of the inadequate consumption, food that is not food, that imitates food less than should be. And it's about these two types of hunger that I will talk about. In fact, we are proposing here a discussion on hunger under the perspective where there are few people that are eating much more than they should, while almost millions of people they eat much less than they would need. So for this, I'll be initially talk about the meaning of food, because I just mentioned, alerted in the beginning, that I could cause some perplexity in the academic environment. And why did I just choose on purpose this image that you see here on the screen? Because we have to rethink the idea of food. Food is not merely something that can be treated or addressed as a recipient and you just put it inside the microwave. Food is carried with a lot of historic meanings, magic meanings, fun dimensions. Of food is something that connects the individual with his home, with his house, with his place of being. This photo here that I'm showing is the image that is contrast with the idea with what that the capitalist mode of production did with the idea of food, the process of merchandising of everything, the process of transforming everything in a good, an article, as a life, that the food gets to the shelves already without any of its real value of use, that has no quality. The capacity in the Marxian definition that the good is something that fulfills needs of the stomach or of the fantasy, and this value of use is a vehicle of change. And in our current situation, gains a dimension never seen before, because simply you are taking out all the meaning, wearing out all the meaning of the food as a good. So that's why we've conceived the advertising. The advertising is what tells to us what we already knew, but it adds to the social imagination what we already knew. I have some examples. I just want to illustrate this dimension that I'm describing. I think the most common example is the idea of this advertising of powder soap that keeps your clothes clean, and it has qualities that keeps the colors vivid of your clothes, and adding adjectives that add something that is unusual, a taste, a flavor of a fresh, clean clothes. And how would some sound person would buy soap powder, would buy with these characteristics? But we are already hearing this so much. And for example, when you buy chocolate powder for our children that transform them in superheroes according to the advertising that you see, the ads, it's a food that has no identity, that all the tradition linked to it disappears from these meanings that work more than some symbols related to the people, instead of the actual meaning of food, the banalization of the food. It resulted that people started to live with this idea that diversity is something that must be considered as a positive factor. See these two images here on the side here of this plate with this. It's a common Brazilian dish with egg, beans, and rice. And on the other side, in my opinion, it's a scandalous and pornographic example of food, which are the self-service restaurants. In this same place, you can live the daily life of the food. You can celebrate the anniversary, the birthday of your grandmother. You can find Chinese food, Mexican food, everything in one place. Apparently, this fact doesn't have much. There's no difference between this or to open a frozen package of a lasagna or a package that you put in the microwave. Everything is light. So something that had a history just doesn't have history anymore. When you break this identity, you transform the food in something very banal. So in transforming this into something very banal, you can sell anything. And there is the first aspects of hunger. I want to highlight it's not dealing hunger as a scourge, but it isn't a scandal. This 1980, Susan George wrote this in her publication. She wrote about the market of hunger, which says that hunger is what she stated that hunger is a scandal. To treat hunger as a scourge is to minimize it. I think this is what gives us the dimension of what happens today. The world lives. Yeah, I'm not gonna bore you with statistics in general, but the world today has 1 billion people in the stage of serious food insecurity, which is the result of asymmetric condition of the income available to those people and the price of the food that are practiced in supermarkets, grocery stores, be it urban or domestic stores, or even the transnational relationships of distribution. We have exceeded a very lot when we have the fragmentation of offers and part of this hunger has its place. Africa, part of Asia. It's important to emphasize that underdevelopment it's not a transitory transit condition, but it's a translation of the idea, development idea of efficient development. So all the process to rescue this development is not able to overcome this symmetry. Initial symmetry started back on the past. It's a generation exposed to serious privations in the last weeks of the fetus that will result in problems that will reflect on the rest of the lives of the children, regardless of having or not access to source of food. What defines the condition of underdevelopment of a country is the condition of a dependent country under imperialism, be it from the United States or previously of the European imperialism. We became a provider of raw material, liquid raw material first, with the capability to support the Industrial Revolution. We offer food for England to sustain the merchandise for the work power and the contradictions and process of relative extractivism. And the second moment we have been converted to countries that continue to be liquid suppliers of food raw materials throughout the world. And Brazil, with this anglophonic location that calls for commodities, but in fact, there's merchandise for exports. And the entire world is submitted to five goods: rice, corn, flour, soy, and sugar. These five goods are associated to the production of them. Most of the food that we eat and we find in supermarkets, that was the great invention in 1915 that solved the production cycles of the market and supervision, where a secretary or a seller would sell. So the supermarket balance this problem, solve this problem, and also solve our capacity to our need in addition to what we need. Buy one and take two. You will have food stocked in your house that never ends. We will find it natural that milk package will last 1 year outside the fridge. The long life type milk. We think it's natural to put a lasagna inside the fridge and it will last 6 months in the freezer. But this would not be so relevant if we would not need to live with other 2 million people, and that they have that they receive less than the prices that are charged in the supermarkets. According to the last UN report, there are almost 2.5 billion people of the population, individuals in the population, that have no access to a healthy food, even though this food is accessible. This is a hunger curve. This is a behavior of the hunger throughout the world. If we consider the pandemic era, Brazil then had we grew in terms of hunger almost 20%. Today we have in our country 126 million people exposed to food insecurity, as some type of level of insecurity food, in which 33 million people face serious food insecurity. We live in a country that the minimum wage is 1,012 reais, and the average income of a worker with hired, and the average income was 1,360, and an informal part of the economy, which no registration, 1,500 reais. From this data, we can make some interest comparisons. The average basket of food costs today 717 reais. So we just need to do this math, and you consider it compared with the minimum wage. When we see most part of our population, the family income, most of the Brazilian families varies from 2,000 reais to 8,000 reais. We're talking about 55% of the Brazilian population with this standard of income. If we add the cost of this basket of food with 18 products, which is already a scandal, because the definition of what is the minimum wage when it was created in the era of the President Getúlio Vargas, it's wider, even wider. The idea of the minimum wage counted with from the payment of taxes and leisure aspects of food, and to summarize our story, despite this weight of this basket of food, an average expenses from the average type of Brazilian family, we have expense or gas, and you have the gas voucher, you'll have already 65% more. This basket of food does not contemplate hygiene or cleaning products, and we have our population of women, of girls in fertile age is very high, and one of the major characteristics of men is stupidity. My own conclusion. We are totally incapable of understanding reality. They are born Cartesian and women dialectic. I have the thesis that women are another species. Just to confirm and illustrate, all men have a tendency either to ignore that women have their menstruate, and this implies a cost with uh, sanitary napkins, and they get pregnant. It's not something individual. It's not something magic. This thesis doesn't exist. And the third characteristics that confirm that men have almost like marks the stupidity of men when they get to the year of 50. They even seek for a much younger women. We're talking about a tragedy that could be avoided, and a story involving expenses, some things that are not contemplated, and suddenly elected the best form to fight against the hunger. It's the income transfer program, and they are adding to this total volume of income 600 reais at the best. The last calculation of the union economy of GSE have estimated minimum wage. Our wage is 1,012, and it was estimated we're talking about 600% more, and not to mention. And the assumption is that when you transfer this income to these people, they would dedicate themselves to spend exclusively this income buying food, which is not true as well, because the demand of consumption, I think that we are researching, most part of researchers and myself, and I have the opportunity to watch the presentation of the professor from the United States. I study the consumption of these families. We don't study this anymore. More and more, because of our Marxism trained formation, we spend a lot of time studying exclusively production, and we leave behind what to do after that. If we don't take the consumption into consideration, we are not able to understand the logic of this consumption. And this logic of consumption, it explains the symmetries that we deal with. It's not because of income restrictions, but because of the lack of knowledge of the manipulation of the social imagery, taking us to that, transforming us in a food mania consumer. There's another form that is not linked to deprivation of food. There's a more perverse way of hunger, which presents itself as a morbid obesity, overweight, and the lack almost total of micronutrients and fibers, because we were transformed in compulsive consumers of products that have too much energy. People, they are they are outraged by an image of food or drinks, but they don't get outraged when you open a package of snacks, and when you eat a package of a snack with a flavor of food or pizza or meat or pizza. So why don't you eat pizza? So what start the food became something terrible. Not only it was trendy, it became trendy, but it became something like a medicine, a drug. If it has connection to the world, to life, this is the only way we're going to understand the scandal that is hunger. We will only understand, and we cannot accept the lack of the presence of the government and the subnational levels of the government to operate provision policies to avoid short chains of food production and to support conventional forms of food production. The problem, in fact, is not in the format of the supermarkets. The problem is that the supermarket format is subordinated to the immediate capital logic, which is a profit interest. The concern of the supermarket is not to sell food; it's to profit. He sells and you will never find a product that costs 193. You sell it in cash and you pay it on the long term. So the supermarket became, in its current format, a major instrument of making money and an instrument of hunger production, because supermarket also has its blockbuster condition. It destroys the system, the conventional system, and the wholesale chain in Brazil, supported for long terms through its credit means. The mechanism of extending the wage of the individual through credit. Yeah, but at least you had the access to the food. But for example, the supermarkets just devastated the retail production structure. And these definitions are great. There's a retired individual in England that defined the food desert. For example, there's no equipment or no food near where I live so that I can buy food. So this idea of food deserts were created. So supermarkets became an equipment in place compared to a swamp. They offer also healthy food, but this business it is appears hidden in that mix of food, and your income is not enough. It's not about food education, no food education or information given to these people will provide information and they will eat healthy food because in the memory in the memories the history of food were still present because it's not unusual to find in some moments of the year parties in families where the food traditional appears. But more and more, the idea of healthy, that was always the idea of the daily lives of the families with the food that had that image of real food became to be object of the average class of a society. I only eat organic. And just to conclude, on here is the minimum wage calculated by XIV. So I just want to reflect with you and to open our discussion. It's not only a hunger problem, but it's a political problem. It's not only a local political problem. It's a global political problem. And this rhythm that we are advancing in the production of food substances, the consequences of these destructive type will lead to we see repeated in the reality, which was a fictional creation of the number 01 of Superman. When remember the edition 01 of Superman, the exhaustion of kryptonite. But we don't have the level of technology to embark our family and children in glass capsules. So our destiny is a tragic repetition and true tragedy. It was this Australian series. Oh, more recently, this book, I forgot the name of this Australian series, where everything is the object of a dispute today in a condition of underdeveloped country such as Brazil. We are exporters, liquid exporters, not only of food substances, but we are liquid exporters of water. We are wearing out one of the most important natural resources of the world, that we have always been self-sufficient. So we are destroying the environment, destroying our water, and helping and contributing for the destruction of humanity. The hunger is the first alert of what we will face in the future, and wide mass, not only for the poor part of the population, not only that you think to be part of this 1% of the most rich part of the society is an advantage. Any one of us that is, for example, university professor that has regular wage, or even public servants that have a, a wage, goes inside this 1% part of the population that is richer. But just take a look in your on what you spend in your house to see that you're so rich that everything is interesting, to buy a gun, a motorcycle, and pretend that the world is a great party, and that the threat of socialism is not in the political horizon, is something to be considered as a major harm. And at the same time, people suffer from hunger, are unemployed, and people that are unemployed and don't have any income. Said a girl of 10 years in 1999 in the inauguration of the Bank of Food in Santo André. Those that suffer from hunger, that eat even theories, ideas, and maybe this will be also truth for us if we remain ourselves in this passive mode and this condition of hunger.
Well, you can ask your questions. I would like to thank all the panelists for your excellent speeches and presentations. For my part, I would like to thank you profusely for sharing this table with you, this roundtable discussion with you. And I'd like, first and foremost, before the questions are raised, to give you some food for thought. We saw in the Professor Egidio's talk, who talked about terrorism and hunger in Mozambique. We saw cyclical crises, constant crises, like hurricanes, floods, and the absence of the state as factors that lead to hunger. We saw in the talk of Professor Pilar that the criminalization of the peasantry is a prevailing factor in the generation of food, and we see the same process in Brazil, for example, with the landless peasants, for example. In reality, the fight for land in Brazil is a fight to produce food. We don't eat soybeans, we eat food, and those who produce food in Brazil, the food that we eat is family agriculture. It's small peasants. So criminalization of peasants in this sense also happens, Professor Pilar. The criminalization of peasants, and we now we're faced with like you talked, we are faced with mechanisms. We must create solidarity mechanisms to distribute food, and as a proposal, we need to have two things: a community response to ensure that that will indeed happen, or an authoritarian response. We have these two things going on side by side. As for Professor Newton's talk, many things I'd like to comment upon, and I will just send a problem for you, a pickle. There is a neoliberal economist in Brazil, whose name I shall not mention, that said the following: Brazilians fill up their dishes, their plates, and waste food. A European person who went through two wars is filled with relatively small portions of food, and here we have lunch, and the leftovers are huge. End of quote. When this statement was made, 6 in each 10 Brazilian families faced food insecurity. And the proposal by that economist is that Brazilians should avoid waste so that nothing could be wasted and the poor could eat. In my view, this statement, this paradoxical statement, to say the least, disastrous statement faced in the face of the context, showed us the misery of neoliberal economic thinking, which has made so many inroads in mankind. What comment can we make about this infelicitous statement and neoliberal policies as a social project? It has everything to do with mercantilization of food, as you were mentioning. Also, a problem that we should think about is that there's been indeed a switch and the diet of workers in view of the mercantilization of food. The mercantilization of food is linked to abundance, as though all of us had restricted access to food. Capitalism creates the false sensation that there is food for everyone. But what kind of food does capitalism offer to people that don't have money? For example, nowadays we see people consuming low nutritional foodstuffs, like Professor Newton was saying, as their main dish. Workers are switching a full plate over lunch for a hot dog around the corner as their main dish, or main meal, if you will. And to what extent can we understand this phenomenon as hunger? Just some provocations that I would like to launch based on the presentations, and I will now move to your questions. A question: democracy, capitalist democracy, is it still reliable in this new context? Capitalist democracy. Just one question. You're more than welcome to reply to this question, Professor Polar, Professor Newton. It's up to you. You have the floor. Professor Gidio as well. You're more than welcome to respond to this provocation. Well, I will advance a bit further on this debate on whether capitalist democracy is reliable, whether or not it is, from the point of view, objective point of view of a Marxist Leninist militant like myself. Democracy is a fundamental value for the working masses and the working class. Democracy is under the mode of production and capitalism is fundamental, because only with democracy will we be able to engender the struggle over the social imaginary, the imagination by the masses. Now, to talk about revolution today, taking over the state, destroying capitalist modes of production, that's our utopia. We should have that as a goal. Those who militate in that direction, but never should we let go of democracy. The problem today, our problem is mundane. It is not in democracy itself, bourgeois democracy. It's the way capitalism has been structured. The perception, neoliberal perception, the neoliberal ideology places capitalism under risk. And when capitalism is placed under risk without a social organization like we have, the very existence of the working class is at risk. A witness where capitalist production modes were taken, which made interest-bearing capital, that which was a tool, a possibility envisioned at level 3 of capital, became a guideline to our economy. We have recently had, in 2008, a subprime crisis in the U.S. that led capitalism to bankruptcy. Had it not been for state intervention, we wouldn't have capitalist modes of production anymore. To conclude, remember this kind of discussion, what it meant in the 1920s that inspired Italian fascism. Italy in 1920, Mussolini built up fascism exactly based on this pseudo contradiction. because that's a pseudo contradiction. Our process is not a process against democracy. Our process is to enlarge democracy, because when we discuss human emancipation, we're discussing it under the perspective of a new mode of production. Fascism drew inspiration from this issue in Italy. Popular masses adhered to fascism under the idea of creating, through the end of National Socialism, a process of emancipation that led to Italian fascism and the terrible inspiration of German Nazism, with its ripple effects of religious fascism in Portugal and Spain. That's my remark. I think that enlarging democracy is the duty of all individuals and the right-wing individuals. That's my own personal opinion.
Yo creo que este tema, eu acho que a democracia
I think democracy, the democracy that you're talking about, has something to do, a lot to do with the power of people in Latin America. We have had with we've had an ontological approach to this discussion. In Bolivia, for example, we had a constituent process with historical accumulation in 2006. This this diversity of forms of government, of political forms, these are the ones that will place the concept of democracy in order to recover the complexity of the noun democracy, which implies an socioeconomic formation of the country. As in the case of Bolivia, for example, we have we think democracy must be read from a point of view of social fabrics and political plurality and the different forms that the people take on. And that's the proposal that I was telling you about. The democracy and culturally and collectively rooted with participation and representation of all segments of society, which are ways to conceive in transversal fashion that which implies the plurinational state, because it's thought analyzed from a perspective of it means the right of individuals compared with the collective rights and territorial rights of people and nations as well. And this condition, that's the condition of pre-existence, implies the foundation of the constitution of the Bolivian state, thinking of the plurinationality and also the rights of self-determination and the building of fundamental rights. And linked to the topic of our roundtable discussion, thinking of hunger per se, Professor Newton said, he referred to the scandal implied by thinking of hunger only as a as a state of as the status of people, whether they eat or not, but that has been rooted and deeply ingrained in the policies of the state, ruling over the rights of people, some over the rights of other people. And that has to do with the kind of political organization that we have and the way our economic system has been fashioned as a ripple effect of our social values and political system. The capitalist order dictates how foods will be produced and how they should be consumed. And that's a dictatorial fashion that has to do with the emergence of the concept of democracy, because it's got nothing to do with the relation of the definition by the people about what they produce and what may be consumed. So that's what the market is demanding and requiring commodities, to use an expression of the mercantilization of so-called foodstuffs, that produced goods in common spaces and territories held by the peasants and the indigenous communities, and the means of livelihood within this complex social fabric. We also find foods that are not, I should say, that don't respond to the identity of a country or a culture, and at times that don't have much to do with the way these foods are produced and consumed. So, um, there is a convergence on the three presentations, how to build the concept of food in a political sense to break through this perspective of thinking of something edible or the concept of a food and agriculture organization and the capitalist modes of production. I think we should widen the scope and the concept on the regulation of life. And in this sense, that would be my answer, basically. Professor Egidio, I'll make a brief intervention after such brilliant presentations by Professor Narciso and Professor Pilar. In terms of reliability of democracy in a context like Mozambique, uh, and one of the main problems here, the question of emancipation and food security. Undoubtedly, democracy has been one of the elements through which we think it is possible to build talked in this concepts of food and the way we thought about the issue. Just to think of the examples that Professor Narciso has put on to us, the difficulty of conceptualizing indigenous foods or autochthonous foods, necessary food. These are issues that I think we should consider. The example of Mozambique is illustrative. In some cases, there have been questions of food insecurity or the absence of a democratic concept of what food would entail, what it mean, what hunger means in actual terms, and what food means to people. Sometimes the mercantilization of food and the hierarchy of foods. Food comes from supermarkets, and now they are at a higher status level, um, so to speak. So I think that this work on the concept of democracy, if it's well worked out and placed within in context, I think it will bring forth some aspects linked to what Professor Pilar was saying. We must work on the concept of food seen in a diversified fashion, and that's the concept of food and foodstuffs in contemporary times. It's hard to place them in a hierarchy. So we must ensure democracy as a way to reflect upon the diversity and the construction of ideal types that are not those that are probably imported to contexts like the one we're living in Mozambique. We have 3 minutes left to wrap up this roundtable discussion, and we have a question for Professor Newton. Considering the crises of 2008 and 2014 and the pandemic as ways to subsidize prices in electoral times, the real problem is not and the ease to manipulate the population by the political class. Without this change in the mindset, wouldn't we be doomed to repeat and replicate those processes in the future? Well, sometimes it is we we get lost in ways in discussions that take us to conclusions that are not well grounded. Not, and the processes of building imaginaries and within the population are directly linked to the greater or lesser possibility or effort to vie for the social imaginary, a struggle to gain control over the imaginary. If the state or the governments are able, through initiatives to concessions of income transfer programs and manipulating prices with electoral purposes, and and unspeakable forms to conduct, to lead processes that will result in the main goal of those who practice these processes. If this movement is possible, it is because part and a significant segment of those who consider that this process is deleterious in the production of politics. We have given up on the effort to vie for the social imaginary and to build a notion of belonging to a class. We have we have smothered the debate on the class debate, and our reasoning is exclusively built on the perspective of consumption curves, echelons of consumption, classes A, B, C, D, E. These are consumption classes, not social classes. If I replace the human being with money, if I change the dimension of humanity by, if I replace it with consumption, pecuniary consumption, I simply give up on dealing with any other aspect of mankind that doesn't go through prosperity understood from the neo Pentecostal perspective, which is a deformation of what of the idea of progress created by the religious reformation. I want to get rich. So, from this perspective of getting rich, if you give me advantages, I think that's positive because I'll get richer faster. So so this the idea of 30% of food waste, for example, the idea of 30% of food waste. Brazil wastes, much like most of the world, something around 20-25% of foods from consumption, from production to consumption. But I'll ask you the following question. Is it possible to think of reducing food waste when you project a kilo a by kilo restaurant, pay by kilo restaurant, or a all you can eat steakhouse? Does that make sense? Does it make sense to think of food to talk about food waste in these cases? These are equipments. These are restaurants geared to food waste. How come the daily special is not along those lines? Doesn't fit that model? From my perspective, the fight that we have today is to recover among the population its own identity, its own class identity, its own its notion of belonging. If we're not able to do it, if we don't work, and that's why we have to have political assumptions that are very clear. We're going to be living with these possibilities, reducing prices, by a decree or sense of opportunism, sense of opportunity with electoral purposes. We're wrapping up this panel. Our time is up. I would like to thank you for your attention and your participation, and our speakers, Professor Egidio Newton and Claudio. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Now we're going to give out the certificates to the speakers. We'll invite Judge Angel Nachi to give the certificates. I have a very important notice for those who are watching through the YouTube. It's my channel. Those that have not registered yet in the banner Congress and the homepage. The link is appearing here in our transmission and streaming. So you just click on the instructions to register and don't register because it ensures your certificate. Thank you for the speakers, and now we're gonna start the next session. So to mediate the second panel, decision-making process, COVID-19 and human rights, we invite the mediator Tiago Galeano Alberto, postdoctor in philosophy and PUC Paraná, postdoctor in cognitive psychology from PUC Rio Grande do Sul, and in law in the University of Lyon, Spain, and also bachelor in law by PUC PR. We would just call out also the panelists, Ministry of the Supreme High Court, Sérgio Luiz Cuquino, and Walter Martino Liliana Torres from Mexico, Julia Elizabeth Gallardo from Bolivia. Virtually, they participate virtually. I just want to mention that the theme of this panel is decision-making process COVID-19 and human rights. Just make the invitation again, repeat the mediator, Thiago Galeano Alberto, postdoctorate of philosophy in PUC, in the University of PUC, postdoctorate in cognitive psychology from the Catholic University of Rio Grande do Sul, and bachelor in law from University of Lyon, Spain. And we'd like also to invite the speakers, the Ministry of the Supreme Court of Justice, Sérgio Luiz Cuquina, Walter Martin Arellano Torres from Mexico, and Julia Elizabeth Gallardo from Bolivia, who will be participating virtually. Just waiting for Julia Gallardo to enter remotely. So now I give the floor to the mediator that will then be conducting this session now, Tiago Galeano. Good morning. He's off the mic or cannot translate. So now, good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. And before starting the panel, I'd like to thank Sismachi and the Superior Court of Tocantins, the Courthouse of Tocantins, and Minister Okina, my friend Walter Aranhana, and also my colleague Julia Elizabeth Gallardo. It's a pleasure to participate of this panel, those who just got here, about the decision-making process, COVID-19 and human rights. We have high-level speakers. I'll not talk much because we're going to start this session, so I'm going to introduce them, and then I'll give the floor directly. First, Professor Walter Martins Arana Torres. He is professor at UNA. His master's from UNA. His master's in civil rights. He has 2 master's degrees, and also multifaceted training in silence and science of the computing. Professor of UNA, coordinator of the program of the justice program, Democracy of Swan, and professor of law and levels of undergraduate and graduate programs, disciplines of philosophy of law, human rights, and contemporary theory. So I'll give the floor to Professor Walter Arellano. Thanks a lot. I'm not going to speak in Portuguese, so please put your headsets to hear the translation. I would like to thank my Brazilian brother Tiago, that he was very kind, and I admire him that he has a person has a profile that's very hard to find. He has a combination between theory and the practice. And I'd like also to thank Esmate, the school magistrate of Tocantins, and the organizers that did a great job in terms of logistics for this Congress. And I also take with me new academic knowledge. And I will thanks also to the students that are here. I'm very happy to share this table with my colleagues. Sérgio Luiz, sorry. It's very nice. I had the pleasure to meet and also Judge Julia Gallardo that will be participating here remotely. And the objective of this talk is to reflect upon how we think our work in legal terms that can be for to build a future, and also and the subjectivities involved in the legal workers, legal professionals. So the major questions: what did we learn from the pandemic, and what reflections were left to legal decisions for the future? And this I will emphasize using 2 points. First, the art as the education of what is possible. And when we talk about art for the training of all the characters that will be part of the decision making process in the legal systems, and its major decisions may be a critical aspect and also creative aspect. And how do we learn to be creative if this creativity is not included in the study plans? In fact, creativity is learned from examples, from important judgments and professors, and when we don't have this creativity, we have to seek for this creativity because we have this limitation. Then we pass to this creativity. We have this ability. We learn from examples, and the art is a way to learn how to learn to be creative. It gives us sensitivity, and in the future, I imagine that I'll be part of work with very creative and sensible people. I think to teach with art this legal technique can also result in a problem by focusing law in strictly legal manner. So that's why I give these possibilities. If I had come here 3 years ago in the time machine, and I'm talking about after 2020, after 2 years being confined because of the pandemic, maybe you consider me crazy. This could be even be thought on 2018, and much times in this fiction or in this fiction movies, we can see the the education of the future, but this makes us reflect on hypothetical cases, and this stimulates our creativity. So that's why the formation of the lawyer can be based also on art. So I would like to quote a text from Professor Tiago, and it calls my attention how we write an essay. Literally speaking, you do some legal decisions that imagines capital, cultural capital, and other disciplines, not only in law and the law realm, but also assuming that judges are not only political parties, but we have to build an idea of totally impartial judges that these that we all know that and remember that judges at the end of the day are also human beings with the same fears and doubts and questions as common citizens. So I consider that we should uh, see that they're non-political subjects or individuals, but deciding also on top of a tower, excluded for any social categories. A good legal solution should be understood inside its context. So judges are political subjects, and its solution also interferes because by being political beings, they will make decisions and they will cause impact. They are not they are not individual superpowers. Society expects that they are some type of Hercules or a superhero Socrates. So it has to be humble, but he's but decisive in his arguments. The other points of the democracy and political language in Mexico, we have an interesting debate of in to express this in a simple language for people that have some type of mental disability. They started to make the sentences in a simpler language. This opened a debate that how sentences or judgments have they were started to be uh, not use simple language to use a very complicated and juridic language. This should not mean that it is understandable by everyone, but of course there are some subjects that require this technology. But of course, the common judgments should be expressed in a simpler reading, simpler language to be understood by everyone. This means teaching both in law, but in the career of law or of an attorney, but also in the undergraduate programs to be more democratic. The social communication of the legal system, something that changed notably during the pandemic, is the way we communicate ourselves. Probably many of us weren't familiar with the Zoom platform before the pandemic, but what has called our attention, especially in the legal structure, because the ministry, Arturo Saldiva, the minister of the high courthouse, created a TikTok account which was very contradictory and discussed. But it was also a positive, was seen in a positive way by another part of the population. I think we should change the way of social communication in different manners because the judicial power issues several judgments and notices and mostly rigid, institutional, and inside this proper legal structure or square. So we we try to transform these judgments, uh, doing this together with the judges because these many subjects or themes are of social interest, of our interest of the society,
Claro ejemplo es el ministro.
not close to these traditional means of
Quinto punto,
communication.
el tripartismo
Therefore,
del derecho.
he has this account now in TikTok. So this is why the emphasis of to try to understand this restricted teaching manner in the universities and faculties to be only restricted to this analogy way such as compared to a soccer fan being like soccer team and acknowledge that this totality of the law must be recognized by facts and norms and historic context and the political and economic context, not being restricted to a unique model, as Miguel Reale already mentioned. Brazilian philosopher, the sixth point has also to do with the new methodologies to understand, to interpret, to think law, and to make legal decisions, talking about under the perspective, legal perspective. Seneca mentioned the ship that doesn't know where is going to. He doesn't know where he will reach. So this process has to see very clearly to know what are the objectives of the future and to seek help to detect the trends and create designs and desirable sceneries if possible and feasible sceneries. And the prospective thinking is required and should be taught in the universities and colleges. It's a time of thinking, of theory, perspective, and critical thinking to be able to write a legal judgment or sentence, but not only for those that are involved in that judgment, but also that are interested in this context, social context, but also see the future implications. A good sentence will not only think about the current conditions, but it must be something progressive. And now the item 7, digital world in the public and private spaces, we should identify the limits of the digitalization, such as the assessment of texts that sometimes are physical texts. Sometimes we want to access from the virtual mode, but this humanism face to face must have this physical documents, and this could not be done by using technology. You have to recognize the limitations of technology and recognize also that digital spaces, we consider that they are public, and TikTok, internet, they are public, and we should not uh, lose sight of this when we consider digital data and how they are stored and how these sentences are judged. The legal decisions and sentences, who are responsible for them? And this calls my attention that when, for example, he searched there in Google how much information he found about this lawyer, and he sent this to Google. So this judge had approximately $1 million, and then
And now, the eighth point is that we must see one of the big problems of judicial decisions when it comes to health and human rights have to do with the topic of bioethics. What's the problem here? The issue of bioethics began to be included in study plans and curricula of many universities in Mexico. I don't know if it's same thing happens in Brazil, but we must have the subject matter of bioethics because of the pandemic. These used to be, they are essentially bioethical issues. So in this sense, we've had many discussions and many debates, and we were not talking about, for example, by one of the distinguished speakers talked about it, and they talked about social Darwinism and who we should choose to be admitted to a hospital and to take the vaccine. And now we have a criticism that's very striking because we're considering bodies from a functional perspective that's susceptible to disease and eligible for life for a longer time frame or a longer duration of life, if you will. It has to do with capital as well. We must teach bioethics in our classes to ensure a certainty that these important issues will have a justification a solid, robust justification to be solved. We need judges with the ability to make decisions in terms of bioethics. On bioethical grounds, we must include that discipline or subject matter in our curricula. Point number 9, interdisciplinarity of law. We must be epistemological polyglots, if you will. I like this multidisciplinary flavor very much. It was a luxury to meet so many people from many different areas of study, of scientific research. But we must actually, we're not only judges, we're not only lawyers or researchers or scientists. We're multifaceted. We must seek a universal language. And philosophy, in a way, would be the Esperanto of knowledge. And we got to have a multidimensional touch, if you will, or approach to scientific inquiry. We need a transversal mindset and attitude to learning and to knowledge seeking, and drawing upon the knowledge of economists and lawyers and scientists. Verdicts that rely on the assumption that lawyers have a wide ranging grasp of knowledge. Future verdicts we must be we take care about the mechanization the of law. It might be a problem for translators. They might have a problem finding the right concept to translate what I mean. This we're talking about machines, but this mechanization is understood as a delegation of human tasks to machines. These masks are endowed with artificial intelligence to solve issues autonomously. And in law, in the field of law, this could be a gradual displacement, a movement towards artificial intelligence. And that sounds very good. Yet when we reflect upon it, who designs those machines? The machinery? What are the interests behind the algorithms? Can machines replace human beings in issuing verdicts, legal decisions? It's about dehumanizing law. The dehumanization of law through this mechanization is a problem we must grapple with. The book by Sergio de Rocha talks about responsibility in the broadest possible sense from a very humanistic perspective. Without humanism, we will not have responsibility. Machines are not responsible for it. We must be cautious about the mechanization of judicial legal decision making because we could lose humanism in the field of law. That's one of the 10 points I brought to your attention, and they're linked to decision making in a broad sense. I will allow myself to sum up the 10 conclusions of this brief talk. So individuals have to be creative and humanistic decision making. We must teach law in an artful way, in a humanistic way, without romanticizing it. We must be a Socratic judge rather than a Herculean judge. Legal verdicts must emerge from a dialogue among humanists, essentially. We must withdraw the tight web of technicalities away from the decision making process in order to reach decisions that are essentially difficult and hard to understand by the general audience, by the public, if you will. All the communication channels must be made be made smoother and easier and understandable by everyone, as many people as possible. And for example, there's nothing bad about using TikTok, for example, but we have to find the right calibration, if you will. We must calibrate the use of these tools that modernity has brought to us. Legal decisions have sought to ensure fairness and justice, but it is crucial to rely on communication systems, internal communication systems, and the storage of legal data. Who is storing the data and on what servers are the data being stored? The legally related data, and we must include legal decisions that have to do with bioethics. Much like Plato talked about the philosopher king, we should talk about the philosopher judge and the demechanization of law and the rehumanization of law, which is essential. These are the conclusions of my speech, of my spiel, and you have my contact details right there on the screen, and I'll be more than happy to interact with you later on if need be, if you so wish. I'll tell you that the president of the Electoral Court of Panama has a TikTok account, and his team also works on issues like, for example, they do things that to draw the attention of people and to be able to communicate with the electoral and the Brazilian electoral system, for example, and the president of the electoral courthouse of Paraná has a TikTok account. He does dance videos and he showcases the most important data, and basically, it's very interesting.
Agora, então, nós vamos ouvir a professora
We will now hear
Julia Elizabeth Gallardo Cornejo, do TCP, do Tribunal Constitucional Plurinacional da Bolívia. Doutora, seja bem-vinda.
We're going to hear from our Bolivian colleague. She's a professor and judge, Professor Julia Elizabeth Gallardo. She has a master's in public policy, and she has a PhD in administration studies, managerial studies. She was the facilitator for gender equality programs for many groups and institutions. She was responsible for interdisciplinary teams and regulation, and they were presented bills for the family code and family processes, bills for conciliation and arbitrage, and bills on the plurinational notary services and state services for public documents. She is the co-author. She is the co-author of the Plurinational Courthouse in Bolivia since 2018. We will now hear about the Bolivian experience and when it comes to decision making in the midst of the pandemic. What a pleasure to salute you. It's a great honor to be able to participate with all of you in this 14th International Congress on Human Rights and the Protection of Rights and a pandemic scenario and more. And this we're paying tribute to my friend, Teotonio Salgado. This event has been organized by ESMAT and Tocantins and by Professor Gustavo Pascual. And I do thank you for the invitation that was made to me to take part in this event. And I'd like to salute you and congratulate you on this wonderful panel of panelists today. And also, I would like to thank you at the courthouse, Professor Walter Martins and Professor Torres, the professor also in Mexico. Thank you so much to all of you for your kind invitation. And I think that's very pertinent to tackle this issue and make a presentation based on the problems that have been perceived in the pandemic and the problem of decision making in the course of the pandemic. So I'll make you a presentation on access to constitutional jurisdiction and upholding the rule of law, and from a gender perspective, intergenerational perspective, also in Bolivia. I will make a brief presentation of this topic today. It is very important at the same time to take into account that we will make a presentation that's very short, vis-a-vis the law and the constitutionality and the control of the conventionality of our courthouse, and how we draw upon our tools to render the control of constitutionality. The presentation will be quite succinct on what we do to present legal issues in our country, how we deal with them in legal issues. We do apologize our microphone is not working too well, but the obligation, the duty to make investigations of grave violations on human rights, that's crucial also within this classification of fundamental rights. And circumstances, for example, that led to violations of human rights. These must all be looked into carefully. And for example, in case of families that have their rights violated, and their the families and relatives and family members, we must seek out the responsible for such violations on human rights. So, as an example, we should stress that the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, and as a pre-established courthouse, or they have laid out the foundations of investigations of cases of violation of human rights committed within the pertinent jurisdiction, and also to offer an adequate reparation to those human rights violations inflicted upon individuals, and to uphold justice and fairness for all. And also to be able to carry out an investigation, a serious research or an investigation, so as to hold defendants accountable for their actions. Gender issues come into play in that sense because women have been the victims of so many human rights violations historically, and especially during the pandemic, the situation has been made worse, much worse. Gender differences have come to the fore even more acutely in the course of the pandemic, and due to social economic tensions, poverty, which is a problem in our country and afflicting our population. Crises have worsened the life standards and quality of life of people across the nation, and affecting all classes, or all social classes, and all segments of the population. Despite the improvement of the sanitary conditions towards the tail end of COVID, women are still the butt of many violations. They're still the victims of many cases of violations. We've had cases of gender violations that have become worse throughout time, as we may observe in our research. Finally, we have this problem also of economic crises, and therefore the emergence of problems we've been exposed to many sorts of violence issues, many problems related to violence in the pandemic, and even in the post-pandemic world. There's been a noticeable increase in cases of violence against women, and that must be grappled with in earnest. How can we solve some cases, types of cases in our country through our legal system? I do, I do apologize. We can hardly hear what she's saying. We're talking about material equality, and that is crucial to the production of to ensuring basic human rights, especially when it comes to the rights of women. And there have been denunciations, claims of cases of gender violation, human rights violations, gender violence. We must uphold the rights of women within the legal framework in Bolivia. There have been many lawsuits, criminal penal lawsuits emerging from the situation witnessed in the course of COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, how can we ensure the fundamental rights of people, regardless of their origin or whatever attributes they may have, so that norms and procedures will be fulfilled and upheld, and our constitutional level will also lead to a higher quality of life, a standard of living for the population, irrespective of potential problems they might have. And this is all enshrined in our Constitution. We must cater to the needs of the population whilst upholding the treaties that we are signatories to as a state in Bolivia. So these rights must be upheld. Essentially, we must think of logically of what's written in our Constitution must be upheld. There's no differentiation of rights within the population. There's no hierarchy when it comes to rights of citizenship rights, according to the principle of, and also we rights are equal to everyone. Again, the microphone is awful. We're talking about contradictions within the constitutionality. They must be applied. The law must be applied. Law, in the broadest possible sense, must be applied when it comes to the progressiveness. Again, translation has been impaired by the poor quality of the sound. The quality of the sound is quite poor coming from the speaker in Bolivia. But we'll try to muddle through as best as we can. And also, resources must be made available to everyone willing and eager and able to carry out the best possible work. And interpretation of the law must be ensured. Again, we apologize. The sound system is quite poor. We do apologize for this inconvenience. And human rights, they may not, the restrictive measures must be the progressiveness has to do with the legislation. As the English booth will have to take a break at this point. Our apologies. Thank you. We'll be back soon.
Una tercera pauta constitucionalizada de interpretación es la interpretación conforme al parámetro de convencionalidad. La Constitución boliviana también en su artículo 13, parágrafo cuarto, establece que los tratados y convenios internacionales que son ratificados por la Asamblea Legislativa Plurinacional, que reconocen los derechos humanos y que prohíben su limitación a los estados de excepción, prevalecen en el orden interno. En este marco se establece que esta pauta contiene el principio de prevalencia, el cual a su vez está vinculado al principio de aplicación directa y preferente que está consagrado en nuestro artículo 109 de la Constitución y el artículo 256. Una tercera pauta. ¿Estamos bien con el audio? ¿Se escucha, doctor Tiago?
Sí.
Sí, se escucha.
Muchas gracias. Una cuarta pauta de interpretación de los derechos que debe aplicar este Tribunal Constitucional es la interdependencia y la indivisibilidad de los derechos. Una quinta pauta es la inviolabilidad, la incondicionalidad, la irrenunciabilidad y la fuerza expansiva de los derechos. Asimismo, debemos tomar en cuenta que la interpretación de y conforme al bloque de constitucionalidad y las pautas a ser utilizadas por el resguardo del Estado constitucional de derecho, tenemos una serie de indicaciones al respecto.
Several recommendations in this sense.
Asimismo, la interpretación acorde al principio de favorabilidad
that we can have this,
la pauta que está vinculada
that has to do with the protection and also a principle to say what are the barriers, barriers in the proceedings within this principle. So to be able to judge this, the sentences. So in all of these milestones of the interpretation of facts, I would like to briefly mention how this court can then apply some of this part of this agenda as a tool to exercise the control of these verdicts or sentences.
Entonces, el enfoque diferencial se convierte en
so this is converted into another tool that is part of our constitution.
Del bloque de constitucionalidad. Existe un diálogo entre las decisiones de los tribunales, de los altos tribunales de los países con la Corte Interamericana en este caso. Nuestra Constitución es eminentemente ideológica porque a partir de la cláusula 13, el artículo 13, que es una cláusula abierta de los derechos, sobre la necesidad de incidencia en diferentes constitución política del Estado. Entonces, el enfoque diferencial considera categorías sospechosas de discriminación que se han agravado en la época de la pandemia. Y tenemos en ese sentido el artículo 14 de la Constitución, por el que se identifica no solamente la igualdad, el principio de igualdad, sino también el principio de no discriminación, la prohibición de discriminación, y busca superar la igualdad formal en situaciones donde las partes no tienen condiciones estructurales para ejercer derechos en igualdad de condiciones y promueve en este artículo la igualdad material. Entonces, de acuerdo a la sentencia 0989 quebrado 2011, en cuyo fundamento jurídico refiere la Constitución Política del Estado Plurinacional, reconoce una diversidad de derechos fundamentales, tanto individuales como colectivos, teniendo en cuenta que estas normas fundamentales no solamente rigen las relaciones entre iguales, sino que tienen como finalidad proteger ostensiblemente a los más débiles, mejor conocidos en la doctrina que el Estado indica como acciones afirmativas. La materialización de la igualdad, que goza de un reconocimiento formal que está reconocido en los textos constitucionales y legales, pero que en realidad no se materializa y busca también la equidad, por lo que se establecen políticas que dan a determinados grupos sociales, como los de pueblos indígenas, a personas con discapacidad, mujeres en situación de violencia, niños y adolescentes, adultos mayores, les dan un trato preferencial en el acceso a determinados derechos, generalmente de naturaleza laboral o del acceso a recursos o ciertos servicios, como el acceso a ciertos bienes, con el fin de mejorarles su calidad de vida y compensarles por los beneficios a la discriminación y la exclusión de las que fueron víctimas en el pasado. Entonces, el enfoque diferencial se centra en los grupos de población con mayor marginación, exclusión y discriminación estructural, permitiendo analizar las diferentes formas de discriminación y de los desequilibrios de poder, a fin de garantizar que las intervenciones del Estado lleguen a dichos segmentos poblacionales en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. En aplicación, evidentemente, de la Recomendación General número 12, que ha sido adoptada por el Comité para la Eliminación de la Discriminación contra la Mujer, el enfoque diferencial tiene como función permitir identificar el tipo de discriminación existente, alcanzar no solamente la igualdad formal, sino también la igualdad sustancial y la igualdad estructural. Transformar también las condiciones de exclusión social, económica y jurídica. En este marco tenemos, es importante tener en cuenta que la Constitución boliviana ha sido escrita dentro de un proceso constituyente donde los actores, el sujeto constituyente, era un archipiélago de organizaciones sociales que han escrito y han redactado los derechos y, por supuesto, se han establecido también una serie de garantías constitucionales. Entre esos están, por supuesto, la igualdad no solamente formal, una igualdad material, sustancial, una igualdad estructural, es que el Tribunal Constitucional aplica el método de los enfoques, el enfoque racional, cuando implica una argumentación de derechos para niños, niñas, adolescentes y adultos mayores. El enfoque de género, cuando se trate de situaciones de desigualdad por el género, en el caso de mujeres, varones y grupos de LGBTI. El enfoque intercultural, por las características que tiene nuestra sociedad y nuestro Estado, que es una sociedad plural, un Estado plurinacional en el que se tiene que aplicar la interculturalidad. Y en ese sentido, el Tribunal Constitucional tiene que aplicar argumentación, mecanismos de argumentación intercultural. En esta oportunidad, varias veces hemos tenido ponencias al respecto, pero en esta oportunidad vamos a hacer un énfasis en cuanto al enfoque de género. Y finalmente también tenemos el enfoque interseccional cuando se interceptan, cuando usan o coinciden diferentes factores de discriminación que requieren de la Administración de Justicia una protección. En ese sentido, tenemos
in this sense, we can see the judgment, the sentence 130 issued in 2018 that explains the collaboration between the groups of priority, the human rights of priority groups, and a teenager girl. And so the constitutional judge issued a sentence and its obligations of the state that had the due diligence. So I'm going to quote briefly the sentence that were then applied and following the four major commitments of the state in the international society about the violence against women. It's a duty to investigate, to process, and to sanction, and to provide ensure the rights to women. In the first part, we have the sentence in the 2018, also applying the standard following the Inter-American Court and the decision there in Mexico, in applying the gender, this constitutional sentence in 2018 incorporates the gender, considering that this victim is a teenager that was a victim of sexual aggression, and these elements are produced in the part of this judge sentence that was issued then. And this was to the verification of the problems of including the proceedings and the material elements of the sentence. First of all, the sentence identifies who is then being, what are the parties involved and what are the general rights involved, has identified by text that places a victim and already places it in a discriminatory way. And to of these rights and guarantees of the victims of this space, there is the violence and gender aspects. Another cause of the violence against gender, multiple factors resulting in this vulnerability and this discrimination that is related to the condition of being a woman. So if this is a political issue in all the contexts involving universal inter-American standards regarding the rights of the children or women, children, and victims of violence. So in this case, considering all the aspects, considering the sentence of the total it was the first case that a total indemnification or repair will be granted to this victim. It's in this Inter-American Human Rights Courthouse. So in this sense, from the interpretation and considering all these international instruments of human rights, both respecting the woman, considering women rights, and also girls and teenagers and children, and also the convention that happened in Belém do Pará, and all forms of victimization against women have interpreted internal norms that consider this in this situation. So this sentence then contemplated the reality, precedent, which is then the integral indemnification to the victim. Several other sentences that will then issue then in 2018. It's important that in the scope of the protection of this victim is amplified, is broadened. and to the right to the life, right of transportation, of mobilization, and a life that's free of violence.
Estereotipos de género como elementos que no permiten una administración de justicia en igualdad. Entonces, esta es una sentencia muy importante porque hace un mandato, como lo hace también la sentencia de Campo Algodonero versus México, de liberar a la administración de justicia de los estereotipos de género para poner a las partes en una situación de igualdad y resolver los casos en ese sentido. En el marco de la obligación de investigación, quiero resaltar la sentencia 017/2019-02.
We want to highlight the aspects of the sentence because we have two aspects and very important, relevant.
Quebrado 2018-S2 nos plantea el enfoque del problema jurídico integral, la debida diligencia. Tenemos como precedente en la Corte Interamericana no solamente el caso Campo Algodonero versus México, sino también J versus Perú, que obliga a actuar con la debida diligencia. Tomemos en cuenta que uno de los principios de la administración de justicia que ha cobrado relevancia dentro del contexto internacional de protección de derechos humanos, específicamente en los casos que involucran violencia contra las mujeres, es el deber de las autoridades jurisdiccionales de actuar con esta debida diligencia que se constituye en un criterio para evaluar si un Estado cumple o no cumple con su obligación de protección, lo que incluye las tareas de investigar, de sancionar y reparar los daños sufridos por la víctima. El principio de la debida diligencia se constituye también un estándar de protección que contempla varios principios generales que deben ser respetados en cualquier sistema jurídico y que involucra a todas las jurisdicciones, tanto la ordinaria como la constitucional. Estos principios contienen normas mínimas de actuación que deben asegurarse. En el caso, por ejemplo, en el caso de Bolivia, se incorporan varios de estos principios en la Ley Integral de Lucha contra la Violencia, en la Ley Integral para garantizar a las mujeres una vida libre de violencia, que es la Ley 348. Y también se incluyen en la normativa penal vigente que tienen como objetivo investigar seriamente las violaciones a los derechos que se hayan cometido en casos de violencia de género y a fin de identificar responsables, imponer una sanción y, claro, buscar en la medida de lo posible una reparación. Tenemos en esta sentencia dos temas, ¿no? Por una parte, la aplicación del principio de la debida diligencia dentro de nuestro sistema jurídico, que está encargada principalmente al Ministerio Público y, por supuesto, a todo el sistema de justicia, pero principalmente al Ministerio Público, como era en este caso una etapa de investigación en la que se había sobreseído el caso fundados en que la víctima no había coadyuvado a la investigación, olvidándose que los casos de violencia de razón de género son casos de acción pública y que el Ministerio Público debe seguirlas de oficio. Un segundo elemento, y para acabar esta exposición, es esta sentencia constitucional plurinacional, la 017/2019-S2, nos plantea el análisis integral del problema jurídico en los casos de violencia contra las mujeres. Para cumplir con este objetivo es necesario también profundizar en el análisis de la sentencia 017, que precisamente aplicó estos principios y que nos ha permitido no solamente visibilizar al imputado, quien había planteado la acción de libertad, pidiendo bajo la acción de libertad, bajo las características de pronto despacho. Sin embargo, hemos hecho un análisis integral tomando en cuenta también la situación de la víctima, poniendo en igualdad de condiciones, como decía hace un momento, descolonizando el derecho, poniendo en igualdad de condiciones, dando voz también a las víctimas y no solamente a una de las partes como es el imputado. Yo quisiera concluir esta exposición, si bien tenemos una serie de sentencias que por el tema del tiempo no vamos a poder exponer más. Seguramente habrán oportunidades en las que daremos a conocer las mismas, pero sin duda el Tribunal Constitucional en este tiempo, en esta gestión, ha venido aplicando de manera contundente y como rasgo distintivo de nuestro modelo constitucional es ese carácter dialógico en el reconocimiento integral de los derechos de los excluidos, de los históricamente excluidos, y una reconfiguración integral en clave garantista de los principios de interpretación y aplicación de los derechos. La justicia constitucional ha desarrollado los principios de interpretación de los derechos humanos como el de favorabilidad, progresividad, interpretación conforme a los instrumentos internacionales de derechos humanos. Inclusive ha adoptado a partir de la doctrina, es una doctrina que adopta el Tribunal Constitucional en una de sus sentencias, la doctrina del estándar jurisprudencial más alto que permite determinar el precedente jurisprudencial aplicable. ¿Cuál es el precedente jurisprudencial aplicable que está en vigor? A partir de la comparación de sentencias de una determinada línea jurisprudencial para identificar cuál tiene el estándar más alto de protección respecto a un derecho determinado. El Tribunal Constitucional Plurinacional tiene precedentes relevantes que hacen un cambio importante en la argumentación a partir de un enfoque de derechos humanos y necesariamente deben transformarse en ese sentido la labor de los operadores de justicia. Muchísimas gracias. Quedo a la orden de usted, doctor Tiago, para las preguntas cuando así correspondan. Muchas gracias.
Le agradezco a la
I would like to thank Dr. Elizabeth. Thank you so much for your conference.
também para pedir
I would like to render you my apologies because of the difficulties in transmission. It was a bit complicated. Towards the end, it got a bit better. But I would like also to ask you if there are any questions that you should send them to us in writing, or you can relay your questions to our assistants. So we'll bring them to us. Direct your questions to individual speakers. To wrap up our panel, we have Minister Sérgio Luís Coquendo from Brazil. He has a master's in law from the Pontifical Catholic University of Paraná. He's an expert in penal sciences. He is a public attorney since 2002, and he is the head of civil resources in Panama. He is the public defender or ombudsman from Paraná, and he works in PDP. Has been a minister at the Upper Courthouse since 2013, where he presides over the first team, and currently he acts as the head, as acting member of the federal judicial system. Minister, you're welcome to join us. You have the floor. Thank you.
Agora está.
We cannot translate comments being made off the mic. The translation is not possible off the mic. We cannot translate comments made off mic. I am 63 years of age. I'm 63 years old. I'm tall, 1 meter 85 centimeters. White hair, short hair. I'm wearing a brown suit, a brown tie, and a white dress shirt. I would like to acknowledge the presence of all of you and thank you for the invitation and the pleasure to come back. The second chance I've had to be in Palmas. This is a very pleasant city, even though the temperature is quite high, much higher than Brasilia, where I come from, where I currently reside. Anyway, be that as it may, I would like to bring you my word of gratitude to my colleague, Dr. Tiago, Professor Tiago, for his generous invitation. So, therefore, he's been a friend, not only uh, dealing with academic perspectives, but also he's a friend of mine. He's a judge in the state of Paraná, where I hail from as well. I come from Paraná as well. So, I am very happy to have received this invitation. I welcomed it as an intimation, if you will. I was called on to join you, and as a gift, I looked upon it as a gift to be able to be here at this wonderful event. We're talking about the 14th International Congress on Human Rights as a tribute to appellate judge Joaquim Teotoni Segurado, who has unfortunately passed away, and under the title of Protection of Human Rights in the Midst of a War in the Post-Pandemic World. Two ingredients that are absolutely unimaginable up until 2 or 3 years ago. We couldn't envision a situation in which we would have to go through such complex times of a pandemic that surrounded us, and within a scenario of war. Of course, wars are constant on the planet, but this particular war that broke out last February in Ukraine really disturbs all of us, surely. I should also salute one of the coordinators of the work, appellate judge Angela Halnachi, whom I have met upon my arrival in this building. What a wonderful, beautiful building, the courthouse of the state of Tocantins. Such an architecturally pleasant building. Congratulations on such a wonderful place. I see here in the audience also Professor Alice Bianchini, whom I have also met on this occasion, and she has spoken before me. Nice meeting you, Dr. Angela. I would also like to extend my word of appreciation to all the speakers that spoke before me. Professor Walter Martins, Leonardo Torres from Mexico, whom I have been fortunate enough to meet this morning. Even though he's quite young, he has brought us an avalanche of information, very useful and rich information that makes us reflect upon very important issues. Dr. Walter, I was listening to your remarks carefully, attentively. All of them were absolutely pertinent, and I was touched when you mentioned this idea of a judge, a perspectivist judge, a judge that is not only issuing verdicts for the present time, but rather he or she is concerned about the ripple effects of their decision and how they can be used in future situations. You talked about our dear friend Miguel Reale. It's always good to remember Miguel Reale, who bequeathed upon us his three-dimensional concept of law. Law understood as fact, value, and norm. The fact of life, the happening at a certain point in time is valued. And depending on the relevance of that valuation, that fact will be the target of legal attention, of normativization. So fact, value, and norm. The fact that arises a certain interest on the part of the collectivity must be regulated by the state. And Miguel Reale, as he said, has bestowed upon us a legacy, a fantastic legacy, always focusing on human beings. The key of all the law and the human beings as a source value. That's what our dear friend Professor Miguel Reale used to say, and has been recalled by Professor Walter. He talked about bioethics. What a wonderful subject matter. You're concerned about bioethics from a multifaceted approach. You must have the agent, the operator of law, and the legal system. I've made many comments here in the course of your presentation. The concern over the phenomenon of mechanization, which is quite acute. We are living in an area where people, all they do is talk about an artificial intelligence making decisions instead of human beings. We have surrendered our fate to algorithms. Somebody might say, but it's human beings that program the machine. But I'm afraid that machine will end up having its own life, and at a certain point in time, the machine might take over and forget about us and overlook our actual needs. So we must keep reflecting upon that issue. All of your remarks have been very pertinent. Congratulations, Professor Walter. Likewise, I would like to compliment our dear friend, the judge, the Bolivian judge, Professor Julia Elizabeth Gallardo, who has always also brought us a very important scenario in the realm of international law as human rights, bringing us ingredients regarding issues that are very contemporary, gender issues, discrimination, uh, everything that must not be overlooked by us. All of these data are quite relevant, and in addition to congratulating my two fellow panelists, I would like to extend to all of you in the audience a warm welcome. I think we have here possibly colleagues that have spoken before me in previous speeches yesterday, and or who will talk later on. A warm welcome to all of you, especially students. Anyway, students, experts in legal affairs. It's very important to have this continuous dialogue, and in this module specifically, a dialogue with our Latin American brethren. I see that we are very much aligned around the effectiveness in our daily affairs of these human rights that are proclaimed and that have been proclaimed in so many documents ever since the Matrix, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, back in 1948, and then later its particularization that took place in 1966 by means of two pacts that have detailed further the Declaration of 1948, specifically the first pact of civil rights and political rights, and then the Pact of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So this triad, this tripod, makes up the Charter of the United Nations, the Human Rights Charter of the United Nations. And today it is not possible to imagine that we could live from the point of view of legal and normative affairs in isolation oh, Brazil is self-sufficient in its normative production. No, we are part of a global village, and we need to be fed permanently with the knowledge that comes from foreign environments, especially through these agencies and institutions, whether they be global institutions like the Organization of the United Nations or regional institutions like the Organization of the American States. Therefore, it is absolutely pertinent to hold an event like this, which has the backdrop of these two scenarios: the war. I'm thinking of the war in the Ukraine, but obviously the pandemic that has touched us so closely. And the module says decision making, COVID 19, and human rights. And there is an allusion, there is reference here in the banner of the event and the leaflet of the event. There is a link that takes us to the goal, the Sustainable Development Goal 16 of the United Nations, the so-called Global Sustainable Development Index 16 SDG. There are 17 SDGs, and this module is linked to the objective 16 of this document, in which signatory countries are bound to fulfill by 2030, which is around the corner, all these commitments which are specified in these on this list of 17 commandments. And the one that interests us the most closely, and it's the objective 16. It says peace, justice, and institutions, effective institutions. What have they written in Objective 16 to promote peaceful societies, inclusive societies towards sustainable development, to allow access to justice to all, and build effective institutions, responsible institutions, and inclusive institutions at all levels. So this goal, 16, is subdivided in 10, 11, 12 items. Of these 12 items that make up Objective 16, I'd like to draw your attention to sub-item 7. Number 7, 16.7. I'll read it out to you. To ensure decision making that's responsive, inclusive, participative, and representative at all levels. Therefore, decision making at all levels, and in all environments where this decision making might be necessary, not only in the environment of the legislative branch or executive branch, but also among us in the legal environment and the judicial branch of government. So, decision making and the participative and representative decision making. It is quite interesting that we should seek out connections with reality. When I ascertain this idea herein of Objective 16.7, urging us to ensure participation and decision making, I immediately remember our normative structure, procedural normative structure. Brazil has a new procedural code. Professor Walter, Professor Julia, and all of you who are watching us present here in the audience or through digital means, virtually, Brazil in 2015 acquired a new civil procedural code, and it's interesting to note that in various sections of that code, there are exhortations towards ensuring that judges be him or her an isolated judge or a judge in a collective environment. At the courthouses, collegiate courthouses, judges must identify, they're urged to identify with this need, and they'll be able to request the participation or allow for the participation of other agents over and above, beyond the defendant and the plaintiff in the lawsuit under consideration. Therefore, the figure of the civil procedural code, we might invite someone who has knowledge specifically related to the matter, controversial matter being considered, so that as amicus curiae, a friend of the courthouse, might contribute with his or her opinion without passion or biases, and he or she will bring elements to the judge. The Latin expression is the figure of amicus curiae, the friend of the courthouse. So, in addition to the possibility, our legislation, procedural legislation, relies on another channel towards participation for the decision making at the highest possible quality level. These are the public hearings, if you will. So these have become more and more common, especially when it comes to the Supreme Upper Court to decide on topics that are relevant. The ministers will and will invite hearings so that institutions and entities will provide some of the subsidies to the legal system with qualified information with respect to the topic being decided upon or considered. I would say here, for example, let's imagine that the Supreme Court must decide on something about abortion, as they have decided upon the issue of anencephalic fetuses. They will invite the population by virtue of their institutions. So I will only like to highlight this issue to say that our legislation is updated, up to date on this uh, uh, issue enshrined in objective number 16. Sustainable Development Goal 16. It is enshrined right there. Popular participation is important. Civil participation of citizens is important. Well, I have come here and I would like to thank you, surely, because I come from a courthouse with a national reach, a courthouse that operates nationwide, which is the STJ. It's a relatively new courthouse. It's been created by the Federal Constitution of 1988. Up until 1988, everything that the STJ does today was done cumulatively by the SDF, the Supreme Courthouse. Up until 1988, the Supreme Upper Court ruled over, through extraordinary measures, they ruled over all the cases in which plaintiffs said, look, the courthouse in Tocantins has decided, when deciding on this case against my interest, the courthouse of Tocantins issued a wrong interpretation to the vis-a-vis the norms of the federal constitution. But the plaintiff could also say that the same courthouse might have made a mistake while supplying an infra-constitutional norm, a federal infra-constitutional norm with a national reach. And by so doing, the Supreme Courthouse therefore thus became a very congested courthouse around the 70s and 80s of last century. Exactly, but when we envisioned in this period post-authoritarian rule, when we envisioned the implementation of a new constitution, there was a movement, a very intense movement towards recognizing that the Supreme Court House had accumulated many roles, and then it was envisioned the creation of a tribunal, of a courthouse that would actually also operate in Brasilia, that would take up appeals from all over the country. But this courthouse then would withdraw from the shoulders of the Supreme Court House part of their competencies, part of their burden of appeals. So there was a transfer of tasks to a new courthouse to have the last word through appeals called special appeals. Special appeals to state whether the verdict appealed against by a state level courthouse to state whether that verdict might have violated a norm with a national reach, a federal norm beneath the Constitution, an infra-constitutional and a civil code, a fiscal code, or a penal code, all the federal laws. So that was the purpose, to share this plethora of work. And a constitutional text was approved in that sense, and the SDJ began to function. It is set up and it begins to work in April 1989, and the following year, therefore, following the approval of the 1988 Constitution. 89 all the way up to 22, we're talking about 33 years of existence of the STJ, of this courthouse, which is made up of 33 ministers. And anyway, internally, we have our divisions of attributions. The courthouse is broken down into 3 sections: first, second, and third sections. The first section takes care of appeals about public rights, fiscal lawsuits, retirement cases related to public officials and public civil servants. And the second class tackles private issues, civil rights, private sector issues, and also commercial rights, and for example, bankruptcy legislation. The third section is specialized in penal issues. They rule over appeals discussing crimes committed by penally imputable crimes when they committed a crime of the age of 18, as well as appeals, special appeals in which the applicability, not of a penalty, but of the application of a socio-educational measure is discussed against a teenager, for example, against a teenager that has committed penal infringement described in the legal legislation when they had already they had not yet been 18 years of age.
It's considered a median average between 12 and 16 years, and after 18 years, he's chargeable already as a crime. So this structure of the FTJ from the process of 2015, especially from the guidelines of the code of 2015, it works on top of this procedures to form its precedents, mandatory precedents, and binding nature, and it's done through a technique called repetitive resources. When we select to be judged, we rule some cases. There are multiple situations that are happening throughout the country, so they select these cases. So there is a pragmatic decision when judges will then observe from that point on how they should then observe. So paradigmatic decisions from the Supreme Court following criteria, general repercussions. So the Supreme upper court rules and produce its precedents according to the repercussion criteria. And STJ recently was the target of the publication of a constitutional amendment 105 issued last July. So this amendment says that SCJ will only be obliged to appreciate or to evaluate the special resource when he is convinced that the special resource brings as a material for discussion a relevant theme when it recognizes the relevance of this federal topic, then discussed inside this special proceeding. We are in the face of the regulation of the PEC law, decree law, just to give you a brief overview of how this works, the structure of STJ and its purpose inside a country that has a federative structure. Each judiciary system is autonomous in its own state, Tocantins, Goiás, Bahia, but all the judiciary systems, the state, they follow a law that has a federal reach. So we cannot allow that each courthouse in these states have a different interpretation of the law. That's why it exists these versus courts to unify the interpretation of the constitutional law and the federal law within this context. Now I'm going to talk about a little bit pandemic. It's not exactly our area, but it is at the same time, as Professor Walton emphasized, bioethics provokes us to seek understanding of this phenomenon. I remember Professor Tiago, Professor Walter. My pleasure to meet you, Judge Angela. I recall that in March 2020, I was in my office working. It was already almost the evening time in Brasilia, and we received a phone call. You in 15 minutes you have to come to the office of the president. Was João Noronha at the time, João Otávio Noronha. So we didn't imagine why. Is this an extraordinary meeting? And in fact, we all went to this meeting with the president, the urgent meeting. We're all curious, 30 ministers, judges, and asking ourselves, why is this meeting happening? Will we ask for his renunciation? And then the president, and when we are all there, and he tells us, what I want to tell you is a very serious matter. I've just arrived from the office of the president of Brazil, and there we had a presence with the Ministry of Health, Minister Mandetta at the time, and the information that I bring to all of you is that we will be facing a pandemic, which we had already heard some information in the press referring to Wuhan in China, where the first cases were registered, and then the circulation of the virus had been identified at first. So what does this mean exactly? It means that from tomorrow on, no one will be working physically in this courthouse until another determination. But why? How are we going to do? All of you will go home. Public servants, you will remain at home. And we were very impacted. And then we revealed to us, according to a prognosis from the Ministry of Health, Brazil would lose with the pandemic in the next month. The estimate was that we will be the death toll will be around 160,000 people, and we all look around and we were shocked. 160,000. This cannot be possible. This is crazy. Where do you see this information? Where do you get this information? And today we see that this was not something crazy. 160,000 was left behind. We are almost reaching 700,000 victims due to the COVID pandemic. So this way, this information fell on top of our heads, and we quickly went to our houses to expect to wait for new instructions. So several hearings and judges were canceled, but this must be said, and must be declared very in fast way. The normative institutions were very prompt in delivering this information. So even the National Council of Justice, and we have Professor Walter and Professor Julia that follows us by video. We have this council. It supervises the activities of the judiciary power. It does not interfere in the legal proceedings, but in the administrative proceedings following. And this council was constituted in 2004. It's lasted 2 decades, and the CNJ rapidly starts to edit and to issue normative acts and telling to Dr. Thiago and to myself how we should behave ourselves because of the pandemic. Under the administrative point of view, and also the legislative power also issues several important laws. Already in February 2020, we have the law 3079, which also determines several important decisions involving the executive power, the executive branch, but that also was of interest of the several jurisdictions. And we have to recall that the same year in 2020, a law was promoted, the law 1410 that regulated in a transient manner the treatment of legal relationships within private law environment. During the pandemic, it would not be possible to dismiss, to lay off employees. So during the pandemic, the prescription deadlines will not be able to happen. And so we as judges, we have some important reference to take our decisions, to rule for the legal proceedings, not within only in the federal scope, but also in the judiciary power through CNJ. We have here Professor Alice in 2020. We had an important recommendation from this council, the recommendation 62. Yeah, they alert us judges when you have to judge some issues or rule issues, adults that have been condemned criminally, and also regarding teenagers that had been condemned, that had received a penalty that called like an imprisonment sanction. So this recommendation 62 was very important, so that the judges in the national scope could conduct in an adequate manner the forwarding of the, especially about the execution of these penalties that were then imposed during the pandemic. I also recall here that CNJ also produces, and I think this resolution was very important from the 2020 when the real impacts of pandemic started. Resolution 317 is a resolution from April 2020 where the council, all of us, we are very surprised and impacted. And from now on, from this date on, these parties are claiming Social Security benefits that relates to the health disabilities are being authorized for medical evaluations through Zoom, through video conferences. And this was questioned: how we'll be able to do this? A physician, a doctor, to evaluate this remotely, and if is it possible to evaluate this through a remote connection and then grant a social security benefit. So you see that medical evaluations were authorized through electronically, not only through social security benefits, but also for medical assistance and also for also inside the lowest social security assistance. So I highlight here the importance of these normative acts issued by PNG within the legal framework. The jurisdiction was very quickly provoked to pronounce himself, to take a position, and now with the unusual, a new ingredient, at least in terms of Brazil, we have the historic news of the Spanish flu in the beginning of the 20th century, 1910, 1920. So we did not know how to deal with this pandemic phenomenon. And you should also remember, I just want to make this reference. I like to recall here a case issued by the Supreme Court that was very important at the time. The Supreme Court was provoked to declare itself in inconstitutionality declaration. The decision 6361. This decision 6361 was discussed the content of a temporary decree from 2020, which the temporary decree 2016 that then was issued to 2019. It gave powers to the executive power to define the policies involving the pandemic, is isolation, lockdown. But then actors of the society, political parties, went to the Supreme Court to claim and to tell how there was a national, as it was a national interest subject. It was not only, it happens in the state, in the federative state, it happens in the municipalities, in the cities. So it was then claimed that the Supreme Court recognized the harmful effects of the pandemic within a current manner to be in charge of the state administrations and not only by the federal government. So the Supreme Court then recognizes then this decree 6361. So it declared then interpreting the temporary decree 6926 and interpreting according to the Constitution. I declare that all the instances of federation will be competent enough to legislate, to manage aspects of the pandemic. And of course, this resulted in chaos and turbulence, and the federal executive power did not was not very fond of this decision. So I passed this responsibility to the governor. So the Supreme should not have interfered, but this was exactly what happened at the time. So other consequences.
Consequências outras, rapidamente. Nós tivemos de absorver
We had also
uma
to
imposição tecnológica
to absorb a technological
nos próximos 10 anos. Por isso que hoje
technological
a absorção da tecnologia
of this technology, of this digital technology in the legal framework, we advanced 10, 15 years in 2 years. We advanced, we imagine that this would take 1 decade, for good or for bad, for evil. We incorporated these technologies in a very short time.
estávamos nós,
And there
o tribunal
we were, the Supreme Court closes in March. And from that date on, from that month on, in 2 weeks, we were participating of hearings and legal proceedings, each judge in their houses, and we were participating remotely in Zoom. So, but the civil code has already foreseen this possibility since 2018. It's true. But we were just suspicious of how this would happen. We were very conservative, in fact, especially my generation. Maybe a young judge will not suffer so much, but you take a dinosaur as my. I have I have difficulties, and I am a generation from the analogic Jurassic generation. I know that many attorneys and lawyers, they retired and public attorneys because they did not accept to work without using machines or computers, but not in this digital standard. They could not adapt. But the fact is that almost 2 years after the beginning of the pandemic, we understand that this revolution and this anticipation of this technology came to stay. Between this period as a forecast for this near future, the CNJ has already regulated the telework that caused at first was looked at with suspicion, and today this public servant is employee is part of the Tocantins courthouse, but he works at the southern part of the country or even abroad. So this was then authorized by the National Council of Justice. So in terms of balance, was it worth it to opt for this digital solution? Because numbers are quite appealing, very interesting. All the courthouses started to proclaim that with the pandemic, its productivity increased. So more legal proceedings were able to be conducted in comparison to the judges and juries in physical spaces, and the numbers don't lie. What we need to question, if with this increment of the number of decisions of this,
incremento de qualidade.
if with this quality came together, and if the quality of the decision is coming in an inverse way, we have to reflect on this.
Porque hoje, nosso proposto,
Because today all the courthouse have their robots for to work on this legal proceeding. At some time we will have to stop and to evaluate and to organize everything to see how the how is the quality of this rule of law service rendering.
como desdobramento,
And of course, as a result of consequence of the pandemic, all of us were caught by surprise.
os que tinham crianças,
And imagine those that had small children at home. And how could you work at home with these small children running around and calling, oh, um, mother, you have to help me. I have a costume and calling dad. But the father and mother, they're working at home, but the child doesn't isn't aware of that. And after during this phase, the teachers were
glória, que bênção.
were then recognized of their importance, and because parents uh,
Os pais já passaram agora vai
were then having difficulty to adjust to this remotely, and they were complaining, and they claimed in the justice to reduce the school fees, as they're not going to the physical space of the school. As several parents entered with a lawsuit to reduce the value of the school fees, of the monthly school fees, because still the schools have to pay their expenses, monthly expenses. There were reflections in several segments. Our speaker, Dr. Julia, she emphasized a lot of discrimination and the gender aspects. It it increased a lot the violence against women, against elderly people, and also against children, because we were not used anymore to live with one another 24 hours a day, and suddenly we're surprised. Did I marry? Was I married to that person? How come they only saw the wife or husband only at the end of the day, and suddenly I'm introduced to my family as it and how it is, and then I discover what happens during the day when before I was the whole time in the office, but as there were people that found it uh, that liked staying home, but that there were people that could not tolerate this this moment to see each other so for such a long time. So the domestic violence increased. Oh, that my grandfather's grandfather is very annoying. The children. This is a reflection. We have decisions, and I have already to conclude here my my talk.
Mas, enfim, nós tivemos provocações
We had provocations in our courthouse for all type of needs and requests. And for example, a restaurant owner, my restaurant, it's inside the São Paulo Jockey Club, and it doesn't allow me to open my restaurant. But I'm not. But we're on the pandemic. You have to keep it closed. But in certain moments, there was a transition, and the restaurants were able to open. But for example, that specific space did not allow, but he continued to pay the monthly rent. and it came to us, and the establishment is correct. It will to bear these profits. It's prevented the reopening of this restaurant. And there's another party. I cannot pay the rent during this period because I was not able to have my well, I didn't have any revenue. So the pandemic factor in the decision making process was very important because the judges, when they ruled, they have to have the sensibility that because ourselves we stayed at home, Dr. Thiago, and our wage was always on time. But those that don't work in the public service, there are several dramas.
And then the legal system had to step in and pay close attention to the reality surrounding it. Like an old principle of public attorneys, Roberto Lira, the law and reality must go hand in hand. Piero Calamandre, in his work, seminal work, we the judges, seen by lawyers, used to say the law must be applied. He was ironic about it. The law must be applied. But in the case of friends, the law must be interpreted. It will be applied for everyone, but for our friends, it will be interpreted. We must not wear different glasses. The law is more generous to my friends. You're not a friend of mine. You don't cheer for the same soccer team. You don't have the same political ideology as I do. You're poor. I'm not really attuned to the problems of the poor. For example, your family's poor, so you'll be sent to jail. I don't care. But let's say that, for example, if my son fondles the young lady that works at my home, it's a different penalty. If it's my son, if he's my son, I'll just I'll be condescending. I'll say, look, he's a teenager, so we should take that into account. And if it's a poor teenager, the punishment will be much different. He won't be seeing a psychologist. He'll be sent to jail. So the ECA is only applicable in the case of poor teenagers. Yes, the ECA is only applied to poor teenagers, unfortunately. And the rehabilitation center they are sent to, they live in very adverse conditions. And people read the ECA, the penal code for teenagers, for minors, but they're not really aware of the current situations that they're going through. But we in the legal arena, we must read through these documents to then make a decision. Anyway, I'm bringing the example, and recently the STJ ruled over a case. They came to a thesis in their third section saying the following: look, because of the pandemic, the inmate that couldn't work, that was not able to read his books, for example, everything was restricted. He will have this period as effectively considered for purposes of reducing his penalty. It's not his fault that he had to give up working or rendering services throughout that period. Even in the open regime, when those who benefited from the open regime had to report once a month, he couldn't do it because the courthouse was closed. So STJ jurisprudence says that in those cases they must consider that period of time as effectively fulfilled. Effective conditions have been effectively fulfilled. And obviously, and of course, the pandemic left bare the social ills traditional of Brazil. economic hardships of the most vulnerable segments of the population. Our children were at home during the pandemic with their cell phones, laptop computers, and now the children of poor families, they went 2 years without classes because they didn't even have access to proper equipment to have classes. Today, the middle classes, upper middle classes complain, oh, the teacher, oh, my son doesn't even know how to work out his arithmetic, his mathematics, or whatever. What are you going to do about it? The upper classes are complaining about this breach, this hiatus in the pandemic, this blank, if you will, all the time lost. What about the children of poor families? Lastly, the pandemic brought us a new scenario, unexpected scenario that touched each and every one of us in different ways, undoubtedly. But the scenario, when we turn our eyes to the legal environment, it began to require uh, a new look from magistrates, from judges, a sensitive look, considering every situation. It's easy for me to make a decision at home and making a nice wage at the end of the month and make decisions in an air-conditioned office. The interests of someone who's out there without food or without proper living conditions. That's the inflection point. Okay, so I would like to congratulate you once again for this initiative. Victorious, this wonderful, it's the 14th edition of this event, and I would like to thank you warmly for the patience of listening to me. I don't know exactly how they threaten you. They must have actually threatened you with a gun or something to make you sit in the audience through all this time listening to me. And I'd like to tell you that in Brasilia, we are more than willing to hear you out. If you ever make it to the federal capital of Brazil, do pay us a visit at the STJ. It's not just ugly judges. We have wonderful thoroughfares and libraries, beautiful libraries, cultural centers. I love giving people tours inside the STJ every time someone shows up. If you ever go to Brazil, you do pay us a visit. Okay? Thank you so much to the organizers of this event. And hopefully I'll have a third chance to come back to Palmas. Thank you very much. Have a good event, all of you. Thank you. Anyway, I would like to thank the eminent minister Sergio Huquina. I have the honor of coming from the same state he comes from, so I'm Carioca. But I've been in Paraná for so long. I consider myself a citizen of Paraná and also a citizen of Palmas because I've been coming here since 2012. And I'd like to tell you that the minister that just spoke, he recently published a book, CPC 2015, looked through the eyes of the STJ, coordinated by him and Professor Teresa Rudolvin, if I'm not mistaken, and Professor Alexandre Freire as well, from the STJ director of the department of, if I'm not mistaken, the executive director of the SDF and Pedro Miranda, exactly. So I'd like to thank you all because of in the interest of time, we got so many questions, but unfortunately, we're going to have to take a difficult decision. So I will choose two questions. I have chosen them, and I'll direct them to our speakers. I would like you to. If you are interested in questions, I will relay your questions to our speakers later. In the interest of time, I do apologize for this inconvenience. I have a question for Professor Walter. Thank you so much for your conference. I liked the expression of mechanization of law. If I understand correctly, it means the dehumanization of law, but paradoxically, this mechanization of law has been used as a pretext to justify access to justice, as if that were the price to be paid. How should we overcome this paradox? this dehumanization of law, wouldn't it be a facet of the same power relations of always? He's translating everything again.
Essa maquinização do direito que está sendo usada como pero como superar este paradoxo? Essa desumanização do direito seria uma fase da
Sí, naturalmente yo creo que derechos
Of course, all human relationships are built on power relations, vertical relations, or horizontal relations. We must not escape from this reality. Law is a mechanism for social control. Obviously, the mechanization of law, I fully agree with you. It's an evolution of another kind of paradigm of social control. Obviously, now with an event and machines, there are no other elements that are within the structure of law and the mechanism of exercising power. It's been that way throughout time, and it will remain so in the future. When we try to eliminate it somehow or take out this factor, remove it from the power structure, we can do it theoretically, but in practical matters, it's not that easy. It's the mechanization of law means who will impose new hegemonies and new power structures on people. Who will load up the algorithm? Who will map it out and plan it and program it? The exercise of law will be a result of those who are drawing up the algorithm, who are mapping out the software or building a new software package. The power will always be there. As Michel Foucault used to say, thank you so much, Professor. I don't know if that's exactly what he's saying, but Professor Salsamarais talks about this issue, the use of the biases, the programmer's biases, while programming the machines, the algorithms. I believe that's the first panel in the afternoon session. Professor Dr. Elizabeth Gallardo, how are you, Doctor? Can you hear us? They're asking here whether you could identify a profile of the TCP from the verdicts that all the way the verdicts that were issued in the course of the pandemic, if there is a more liberal or or more conservative profile in the verdicts issued throughout the pandemic.
Não viu direito.
They're asking you if you can identify a profile of a TCP based on the verdicts that were issued in the course of the pandemic period. Were they liberal or conservative verdicts, in your opinion? Can you identify a profile? I thank you for the question. I think that it's an important question, but there is a balance to be undertaken of this kind of period of restrictions imposed in the course of time of the pandemic. We can hold tutelage on the rights and higher standards imposed upon the period of control within the pandemic period. In Bolivia, we have roles within the areas of work areas, different work areas when it comes to the functionality. Also, there is a decision, constitutionality decision through projects, through bills and international agreements to be upheld and applied. This kind of control, previous control, must be applied as well. So, in that sense, I would like to consider one of the greatest challenges that we face lying ahead of us within this new constitutionality. That we have the control of control of changes in that period as well. So we have some projects, bills as well, when it comes to the establishment of within the framework of the situation at hand. And that's why it's really, I can't really talk about this liberal or conservative profile and the attributions of a constitutional courthouse, for example. We're talking about controls of different competencies and duties, and one way when there are differences, different competencies and different levels in Bolivia, for example. We have environmental differences in different regional areas as well, regional differences, and the application of the law. It depends on the interpretation of the Constitution through attributes that we have vis-a-vis the possibilities at hand under consideration. But logically, things have gotten much worse throughout the pandemic. So I think so. We have the tutelage control over constitutionality and the liberty, civil liberties and individual rights and duties and rights and duties have been recognized. They have been acknowledged. So even also actions presented in this arena are paramount. They come first and foremost. So some rights and some sectors have been upheld. We have provided reinforced protection when verdicts were issued in the course of the pandemic period, and also at any rate, at the end of the day, we see that we're talking about the exercise of fundamental rights, and we're talking about a line of protection, a bare minimum of protection, according to the guidelines enshrined in our Constitution. Thank you, thank you. I will give Minister Kukina, just to wrap up, we have many questions. The question is, Minister, the policy and metrics and figures, wouldn't it imply the mechanization of the law, thereby impinging on the provision of legal services? How to reconcile these two things, sir? For your final words, please. This is a constant concern. The requirement, I'm always concerned. The question about figures, the requirement for figures, and I've heard many complaints from judges. So, what's the point of issuing 50 wonderful verdicts, well-grounded verdicts, if if um, if it is the judges that issued 300 cent verdicts will be promoted without any commitment whatsoever to writing well-grounded verdicts, because it's about metrics and figures and numbers, because the CNJ ends up requiring us numbers, figures, productivity over and above the quality of our verdicts. You get 200 lawsuits a month, you have to issue verdicts on 201 lawsuits. So we're always we have the trident, the sword hanging over our heads. So I think that helps, that contributes somehow to. I have a hard time understanding the reasonable duration of a lawsuit. I have a hard time understanding that this duration should be interpreted objectively. This is a dream of all of us, to be able to rule over a lawsuit in 2 or 3 days, but we know it's not possible. So that is a source of angst for judges. It is a source of anxiety for many judges, because if they say all of a sudden, I'm going to do like I'm going to do things like my colleague. I'll issue a verdict any by hook or by crook. I will clean up my desk. I'll be promoted before he will be promoted because I'm more protective than he is. But it's a risk of dehumanizing because I think that, first of all, when we talk about decision making, I think it's the first step, it's the first important step. For any decision that you make, the first step is to read the process, the lawsuit. And sadly enough, we end up not reading the lawsuits with enough attention, carefully enough. When I look into appeals, for example, I am not exempt of this problem, but there are cases in which, when you start reading more cautiously, because topics draw your attention to some specific issues, you said, Jesus, nobody saw what's written there on page 18 of the lawsuit. The judge and the public attorney or the lawyer didn't see what's written there. Nobody said, nobody read anything, and the lawsuit has been appreciated, and an important detail was ignored, was overlooked. And that's a lack of possibility of being able to decide as it should be in artisanal fashion with a due care. We do off the shelf, we make off the shelf decisions on an industrial scale. It's robot style work. And that, in fact, has dehumanized our work. Someone said, for example, someone at the Supreme Court once said, a lawsuit doesn't have a face. Well, it does have a face. I might not have the picture of the author, of the defendant, but I need to have the perception that there is a human being behind that lawsuit, that there is a face whose interest is being whose tutelage, whose protection of an interest is being argued or ruled over or decided upon in the legal system. And that's when I'm concerned only about figures and numbers and fulfilling targets, target 1, 2, 3. There is this deleterious effect, this byproduct, undesirable byproduct, which is me losing the perspective of that there is an interest of someone, a human being. Well, it's a legal person, legal entity that's it, but a legal entity also, behind the wall of the legal entity, there are interests of natural persons, physical human beings. I think that the main challenge is exactly to bring out harmony, to bring forth the harmony and avoid as much as possible this bias that Professor Tiago was mentioning, that the machine may have to absorb on the part when it comes to a human being, an ill-meaning human being. So the mechanization might bring about benefits. Yes, it can, but the big challenge is to seek out a point of equilibrium, a balance between harmony and productivity. So we must ensure harmony and the supreme end goal, sublime end goal of the provision of legal services. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd like to thank all panelists and Dr. Professor Walter Alejano, Dr. Elizabeth Cordero Gallardo, and Minister Sergio Cucina, and all of you in attendance for sticking out all the throughout this time. And at the end, we couldn't do it in the beginning, but I'd like to thank especially the civil servants of ESMED and the interpreters, all the interpreters, the interpretation team, that they make it possible for our event to be so successful. And we're wrapping up this panel now. We're going to give out certificates to all of us in attendance. Thank you so much. See you after lunch. Thank you. I would like you to stay because we will give out certificates, a gift from the courthouse at Tocantins to the minister of the FTJ, Sergio Luis Cuquina. The tribute will be relayed by the chief of cabinet of the presidency of courthouse, Miss Kenya Cristina Oliveira, on behalf of the president of TJTO, appellate judge João Hugo Guimarães, who unfortunately wouldn't make it, but he has an agenda, institutional agenda elsewhere. This is material produced by the socio-environmental coordination uh, of the STJ with thermal glasses and thermal cups, and also booze made into paintings from Azul River. It's got the name because it's cachaça. It's Brazilian booze. It's the shortest river in Brazil and Latin America, located in the southeast region of Tocantins state. The president of PJTO, has highlighted his honor and happiness in having his minister in the minister in our Congress, and his remotely following up on the work through the YesMap channel. Is following all the activities, and he thanks you for your brilliant lecture, Mr. Minister. And now, thank you so much. And now we'll give the certificates.
Muito obrigada mais uma vez. Pedimos licença para desafiar a mesa deste país. Assim encerramos essa primeira parte com os painéis. Agradecemos a presença de todos os presentes aqui e também dos que estão nos acompanhando online. E retornaremos a partir das 14 horas. Obrigada, até já. Buen provecho y nos vemos dentro de unos minutos.
Now, resuming our sessions in the afternoon for the fourth International Congress in Human Rights. So before starting the sessions of this afternoon, I want to invite all of you to watch a video produced by the Smart Institutional video. I'll close this one.
Atendendo à Resolução 324 do Conselho Nacional de Justiça, de 30 de junho de 2020, que instituiu diretrizes e normas de gestão de memória e de gestão documental e dispõe sobre o Programa Nacional de Gestão Documental e Memória.
The management of documentation, the memory of the judicial power. So as Mark brings to seeking the audiovisual and the memories of the knowledge, rescuing concepts based on statements, historical facts, legal documents from the courts located in the northern part of the country, where the state of Tocantins is located, counting with more than 100 legal suits from São João da Palma and Porto Real. Currently, municipalities belonging to Tocantins and Paraná and Porto Nacional, ESMAT is starting a detailed work of scanning, transcription of these historical documents to seek for elements that complement the formation of the Tocantinense population, to highlight the memory of our population, promote the democratization of information, providing access to students and researchers that want to research more information about the history of Tocantins based on historical facts and official documents that since the colonial period of Brazil, the committees of the memory management and the legal system of Tocantinense aims at preserving objects and documents to democratize the access to the academic research and the historical preservation of facts and happenings, events in Tocantins from the last century and until the current days, with a multidisciplinary team. Knowledge memories seek to analyze several historical events in Tocantins and emphasize the population about its conquers and accomplishments. So join us in this journey. That's just starting. So, starting the sessions of this afternoon with the theme Technological Advances in the Legal System, Human Rights, and the New Paradigms in the Work Law Post-Pandemic. The third panel will be mediated by the Professor Master's Program, Valtemora do Carmo, Doctor of Law from the University of Saragossa, Spain, member of the Commission of Study of Identification and Description of the System A, B, and T. We would like also to invite the speakers, Alberto Antonio Sanchez from Mexico, Alisson José Maia Melo from Brazil, Fausto Santos de Moraes, also from Brazil. So I'll now give the floor and the mediation to Valtemora do Carmo. So, my good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to thank the invitation to mediate this panel, technological advances in the legal system, human rights, and the new paradigms in the labor law post-pandemic relates to the ODS 4 from 4 through 8. I'd like to thank the name and the judge, Marcos Villas and Angela Serranache, and the organizing host, Débora Nascimento. And equally, I would like to thank the directors of the master's program in the rule of law and human rights, Professor Medina. Both professors here in Tocantins. The idea for this panel arise from the discussion around the rule of law and human rights and the master's program you are all aware of and familiar with. It's a partnership with the Federal University of Tocantins. It's a professional master's that evaluated in the interdisciplinary area. So the idea of this panel was inspired from the discussions in the discipline taught in the master's program. It counted with the participation of Professor Alberto, that will also make a presentation here. So I'll follow in the order of the presentations and read the curriculum. So the research that were invited for this panel, they already have a synergy among its research and the contents that will be discussed has interdisciplinary bias. The first speaker will be Professor Fausto Santos de Moraes. He's a doctor master's from Unicinos and also expert in tax Rome. She's chief editor-in-chief of the Brazilian magazine of law that's qualified in campus as A1, and editor of the magazine on artificial intelligence, and professor of hermeneutics and law argumentation, theory of law, and artificial intelligence. Professor Fausto is also a teacher from the Faculty of Law and from the University of Passo Fundo, and he's also a lawyer in the fiscal area and the social security and civil area. Professor Alberto Antônio Morales Sanches. He has a bachelor's degree in administration from the University Autónoma de Chiapas, his master in administration of technology from the University of Mexico institution, where he's also doctor in the science of administration. Professor Alberto has occupied several functions, also human resources director, treasury of the Federal District of Mexico, and he was also Director of the Coordination of the Transparency Department and Access to Information Protection of Personal Data, Private Data. Professor Alberto has already participated of other conferences in Russia, Spain, and the United Kingdom. He is also a member of the Bar Association of Mexico. And he's professor and investigator of the Faculty of Administration of the Autonomous University of Mexico, and member of the General Council of the Electoral Committee. And our third speaker is Professor Alisson Mello. He's Doctor of Law by the University of Ceará. He's also professor of the undergraduate program of law and corporate law at the UNICEF, and also evaluator of the state of Ceará. And he's also editor of several magazines, among them the magazine of the Faculty of Law of the University of FACEC, qualified by CAPES as Quali 1. I'd like to thank also the authorities mentioned and the presence of everyone. Good afternoon. So I'd like to call Professor Fausto. Good afternoon, everyone here with us today. I'd like to make a special thanks to Professor Valder for this invitation, for the trust, and to be presiding this discussion, this roundtable, and also thanks in the name of the coordinators of the master's program of this event and the partnership that there is among the courthouse and with this initiative of the preparation, academic and professional preparation in this master's program. This is required so that we can improve the courthouse. I would like to talk a little bit about the influence of artificial intelligence in legal practices. If it's possible for us to think the replacement of the juris of the attorney by a robot, and what will be the consequences of this. During my talk, I'd like to show the confirmation or the denial of this initial the statement and to open for discussion about some elements that I will discuss, will show. So my talk is about its four main points. I'm going to talk about the relation between the law and artificial intelligence. So in the second moment, just arise your curiosity, and then I'll talk about regulation. And at the fourth, last moment, I will then discuss some concerns and risks related to the use of IA. The idea is just in the beginning, it's going to be painful, but during this journey, our experience will made easier, and we'll get very quickly to the final results. In the first point, I will challenge you to think about the law and the artificial intelligence in the first perspective, where the law has to respond to several challenges that are put by the AI in the society. And my reflection involves how does AI provokes a transformation in the legal practice, especially in the law proceedings. That's what we're gonna talk about in this first moment. Initially, I challenge the colleagues and the attendees to identify which of the three people had their photos done by a robot. Can we identify which photo which picture here has been done by a robot? The young man on the left, or the lady in the middle, or on the far right? I'll ask Professor Allison. He understands that it's the lady wearing white, and I think he really is expert in checking robots. And yes, the lady is the robot. The problem is not good, but the truth is, all of them are robots. In fact, this shows that the interaction today, almost 100% of our day through social media, can put us in contact with robots and or with artificial intelligence, and if we're not aware of this, we'll never know. Can you imagine the power of this interaction, of the conduction of this interaction, and the the psychological use of robots for using a political or marketing strategy? So I'll have the second provocation. Do you know who this is, this celebrity? I'm going to introduce her to you. It's Lily Micheli, an artificial intelligence with a profile in the Instagram, responsible for a series of advertising agreements, and it interacts constantly with her fans. If you put her put her name in YouTube, you'll find some video clips that she produces, and in some way she influences several behaviors from children, teenagers that sometimes are exposed informally or participate of the social media and constantly. So I invite you to get to know her. Now, following here, so I'm going to ask you, how are you? Are you investing well? I have a proposal. Come and invest with me. I am Mark. I'm CEO Mark Jessen. Invest in my company, and you'll have an extraordinary profit. People that receive this message through the social media in some way got thought it was some trustworthy information and trusted what he said and invested money in the shares of this company. And unfortunately, they discovered that Mark Jensen was an artificial intelligence program to convince people to invest their money. I'm just trying to show you several events that provoke our reflection. How should the law react or structure itself to give answers to these situations? Recently, we have a legal decision where it was determined that an influencer, digital influencer, would be responsible to identify a person because of his counseling, that because of his recommendation. Yeah, I'm just saying that he was. There was so I'm just making reference to a comic program, a humor program, Brazilian program. But I'm just also giving an overview of some topics that will be discussed by Professor Allison and how this new data handling, the use of the data science impacts on in the area of law. And I'm specifically considering the attorney or the lawyer. Will he be replaced by the artificial intelligence? Can we say that artificial intelligence have been showing as an legal field, a field with legal opportunities, more than a field that eliminates vacancies, some more routine activities that are repetitive activities that are very tedious activities. They tend to end. But that jurist that has education abroad, extensive education, and here I will advertise people that study the theory of law and the fundamental rights and the foundation of law will always have their space to help engineers or developers to become software experts in law to do the due translation of the area of law into the area of data science. I thought it was interesting to bring to you at least two initiatives that I was part of. I participated in two hackathons, three hackathons. And the first one, I came in the last place. Hackathon is just how to explain this. It's a competition. It's a rally. It's a competition that we receive some challenges and we have to come up with solutions. They gather several experts and the developers and to develop this technological tool, but they need to have someone from the area of law. And these jurists and this developer together, they can bring different possibilities and come up to different solutions. And I will show here the program that I came last. I I hope that you forget until then. But then I'll also present you the program that I developed, and I came in second place in this other hackathon and this other competition. And what did you do in this hackathon? We identify a demand, a lack, a gap, to identify the location where there was environmental damage. The public defense office and the judge could not understand where this location, where this environmental damage happened. There was no strategic view about this problem. So we created a legal map integrating several databases. Among them was a current database which is called City Juju, where you can see the permanent preservation areas throughout the country, and we're able to integrate these databases with SICA, which is a registration of real properties, lands, and this can be done through Mapa Judis. And then this is loaded here electronically and is read by this artificial intelligence that we then developed, and it plots in the map the location where the environmental damage occurs, and it circulates circles where the public areas and integrates with several databases that before didn't exist. We understand that all available processes and that involve that public areas you can see there in that extreme part there in the map. This is one of the programs, and we're able to do this counting with the expertise in the law area. The second event was in another hackathon now promoted by the Bar Association of the State of Amazon, and we presented GeoJude. What is this? A person can get his mobile phone and see in the area of burning, and he can the deforestation areas, and we can see public areas, and we can show in the map effectively where this damage occurred, this deforestation or burns. And this program, he got also in the second place. There was a similar program. I'm not saying that I copied it, but we didn't know the other program. They're similar, but they have some different similarities, functionalities. Some apps, they have an enhancement in comparison to the other similar applications. And here to present some element that is an contribution or enhancement that involves it's a national database that comes from the legal system. I'm just trying to show you what type of information you can find. There's several resolutions that organizes and these unified tables of proceedings. We know that we can identify the class, the type of legal proceedings, the subject of that proceeding, and we also can know what is the type of that proceeding. All of this information is then recorded, registered in these computer form. You then receive a number and you can control it as well through computer systems. But is this really valuable? How can we explore these table with these proceedings? I'm from the state of Rio Grande do Sul, Maybe you noticed from my accent, and I identified in the special civil courthouse of Rio Grande do Sul a problem that legal proceedings that claimed the revision of health plans were promoted in this special court. But those who are familiar with the area and know the area of law and know a lot about hermeneutics are aware that SCJ has already determined that revision legal proceedings about health plans demands some other type of assessment. So I'm showing here that the decision that act it takes around 6 months to be ruled in the first instance, and then it goes to the Court of Appeal, and this takes 3 and 4 months, and we're talking about maybe 1.5, 2 years, so that we have a final judgment that it just saying that it could not go through a special court. Is this even should this happen in 2022 with all legal proceedings information we have? How could you solve this with this table? If we have, if this can be done, and in the beginning of this request, this solicitation, and so the artificial intelligence could identify this theme and point out to the first dispatch or decision of this inadequacy, so the judge could then forward this legal proceeding, this lawsuit, to the common jurisdiction. So I'm just reducing this maybe to 2 days. I'm exaggerating, but it's more or less like that. Here I'm showing you that the artificial intelligence is our friend, and here I will provoke you. Is artificial intelligence will be the 12th minister of the STF? Is it possible? 2018, we heard insistently that the news that the STF was developing the artificial intelligence named Victor. He created a revolution in STF. He has around 100 servants, civil servants, and in the department, and they classify this lawsuits. This civil servant in this first lawsuit, he will then this first analysis, this 30 minutes, takes 30 minutes, and he read almost 100 pages, and in the second proceeding maybe he's gonna need to read 100 pages, and on the fourth process he will read maybe 400 pages, but he will not keep his yielding. He takes 30 to 40 minutes to identify this in this proceeding. Victor, trained Victor, he takes around 3 to 4 seconds the same type of legal proceedings, and he has the power of to get it right higher than 40%. What is the influence in the legal services? And what type of demand can this be used? Which is the legal knowledge and so then bring this provocation. Are you able to read this or to interpret this? Who here is good in crosswords? Oh, can you guess? Epistemology. If you pass this to the artificial intelligence, it won't be able to read it because the legal knowledge has an epistemological feature, and who controls this feature us. We studied key rights because these are some of the disciplines and of my area of research. So this point of legal epistemology, I'm going to propose some topic for reflections we need in certain ways so that this AI works. We have to model this reasoning, being it simple or complex. So let's imagine we need some type of legal reasoning to carry out a routine task. We need this legal reasoning, and we need this reasoning also to solve highly complex problems. So I put this to you. We have two major standards to model the legal reasoning. One of the models is called the statutory model, and the other one is the case-based model. Is the manner in which we do the modeling of the legal reasoning involves different aspects. Maybe the statutory is more familiar to us and is similar to the logic model. And I would like to thank Professor Alson, the small code that I wrote here. This code is the weight formula of Alex, and this can be in its mathematical arithmetical part in Pi language, and it works. I also had it printed out. So I said that in the beginning it was a little more painful, but what refers to the modeling of the legal reasoning, I thought that maybe we can face this problem that I called artificial hyperstabilization, which is the overstandardization of the facts. It's fancy names, complicated names, which I created to call your attention. But what do they mean exactly? That sometimes when we transform a legal resolution in a summary or a resolution for index purposes, and when we use a thesis of a decision, past resolution, maybe we lose some elements, and these elements are only understood by the human being the same way that the human being, may you prove this to me, you are able to understand epistemology.
And I mean legal epistemology. That is to say that another opposition to the indiscriminate use of artificial intelligence is the argument that I would call illegal anthropocentrism. There is, and I'm going to put it in those words, an innate tendency between legal knowledge and human capacity that the machine cannot reproduce artificially, which is conscience, free will, and also the capacity to unify all experiences as a presupposition before anything. I could sum it up asking you. I'm bullying people in a certain way, especially Professor Ellison, sitting right next to me. What do we see? Did I want to see Die Hard or Die Hard? Is there a difference between Die Hard and Die Hard on the screen? I was studying English, and I was faced with the expression Die Hard, and I read Die Hard, which is one of them is German and the other is English. But in a way, we can get mixed up cognitive in our cognition. But a second look, my capacity to understand epistemologically these different threads of knowledge tell me that one of them is English and the other one is German. They show me that language is an essential element to legal epistemology. And I tell you, the philosophical pillar of legal knowledge. First of all, comprehension. Only human beings can comprehend. That comes from the philosophy of language from the 20th century. I'm not going to go into detail. We can talk about it later. And only human beings, and I'm referring to John Searle, only human beings can have the ability of intentionality. What the hell is intentionality anyway? Human beings have the ability to correct wrong assumptions or statements or acts. He understands that die hard in reality is die hard. And I'm going to use an expression just to draw your attention to this. It's an ontological effect that can distinguish between a phenomenon and the semblance of a phenomenon and correct that sense. Did I go off on a limb? No. Let's see. I'm a professor of the philosophy of law and the theory of law. Anyway, at, every time we put the question to ourselves, what is law? Isn't that an old question? Well, how come we're still wondering what the law entails? What's artificial intelligence? Shouldn't we ask ourselves what artificial intelligence entails? Algorithm subordination, Professor Allison will be talking about that later. I tell you, no, it's not an old question. It is a necessary question. Why? Because through it we gain access to a theoretical bias, and I can tell you, it seems that nature of law is non-positivist, and that has its own peculiar traits. I will sow the seeds of doubt, so we'll get questions later. And the jurist, the interpreter, must think about the integrity of his or her role. I'm going to sow seeds of doubt also in that sense. I would like to bring to your attention three other examples. The limits of the modeling of legal thinking has semantic implications. For example, wearing swimming trunks is forbidden. If you are in a club, you must wear swimming trunks, and if it's a nudist beach, you must take them off. A second limit is defeatability of rules. There are rules that which, in their application, they require the creation of an exception. For example, vehicle traffic in the park is forbidden. When can a bicycle can there be bicycle traffic? Yes. What about an ambulance with someone at risk of death? Can they go through the park to get to the hospital faster? It's an element of defeatability of the rule. And lastly, quickly here, we have had the recognize what the right was recognized, which is the indetermination, and it's been recognized as such. How come the law is essentially indeterminate? Because many times when rules are made, they don't think of all the things that need to be taken into consideration. But the Brazilian Penal Code prohibits abortion, but there are three exceptions: sexual violence or the death, risk of life of the pregnant woman, and then and the anencephalic fetuses would be an exception too. And recently we had the discussion around microcephaly. These are obvious examples of this indeterminate character of the law. And I'm going to go to my third point, which is regulation. This is my first premise. The Civil Procedural Code authorizes, and through many provisions and and the use of artificial intelligence to help linking judicial legal precedents, binding verdicts, theses, general repercussion, and repetitive appeals. I will go into this point to tell you that unfortunately this is the face of artificial intelligence that came in last. It's called hybrid. What do we think about hybrid? The STJ created a thesis saying that in the MM7, all lawsuits should be suspended. We trained an artificial intelligence that when distributing the lawsuits, they read the initial petition. The lawyer will confirm the information as being MM7. After confirmation, it will go to the judge saying topic MM7 identified, and the judge may uphold the precedent, the jurisprudence. And no, we didn't copy and paste anything, but because of assessment criteria, we were classified in the second stage, and we were next to last. To be totally honest, for rhetorical reasons, I said last to draw your attention to it. You can say I lie a lot, and that's something that pays witness to who I am. The CNJ has regulations to use artificial intelligence. It's clear to me that it can help speeding up the provision of legal services and legal security also. But the first question is, and I will put it to your appreciation, we don't know when and how artificial intelligence is used in the legal branch, the judicial branch, and I will concentrate on it. But I will tell you that the CNJ indicates that artificial intelligence shouldn't be used autonomously. I'm going to tell you about it now. And I suggest my colleagues, I don't know, I will be able to capture this QR code, but it indicates to you, it will lead you to an article I wrote showing you questions about the explainability in Brazil. And I created this rule: the higher it's the damage, potential of damage of the use of artificial intelligence, the greater the concern of the clarity and its effective use, and also of its explanation. How does that work out? I'm going to go into the last part of my presentation. I'm going to go faster. Excuse me, the risks. How do we manage risks in the use of artificial intelligence in the legal branch, and how do we play out the stratagem of explainability? This stratagem of explainability is something I've come up with. It will take into account the different phases of building an artificial intelligence project that involves risks. Phase A, Phase B, the idealization, data collection, data preparation, effective training of the tool, and then implementing the tool. Each one of these different stages involves epistemological challenges, and and they and they I would recommend to you an ethical roadmap, and I'll give you the details of it later. And the planning, there must be several concerns. What's the database, and how do we choose the database? How do we prepare the data? How do we eliminate data? How do we rule them out? What's a legitimate data bank? I have I have some brief concerns here. The second point is, how were they trained, these algorithms, and in what ways have we built work groups, task forces? These are questions that must be asked. And lastly, when we put into practice that tool, among other things, we need to know when it is used, whether there is retooling and retraining. What's the hit and miss rate of that tool? What's the accuracy and the retraining and the updating? Have there been tests in its use? There are other requirements and elements that will give us effectively a risk map. But I would like to take you to the end of my presentation by telling you two things. The first one of them is, we've had an investigation and the accounting courts of all federal departments. We sent documents to ask them what kind of artificial intelligence they were using. These documents were sent out to over 360 departments of the federal public administration. Only 36 of them actually replied to our survey. And now, wrapping up my talk, I would, within the idea of explainability, I would suggest to you a risk matrix. I'm going to talk about the likelihood of risk, and I'm going to think about the intensification of that risk. And when I have higher risks, for example, the use of artificial intelligence to discard an appeal of mine to the Supreme Court, I must have the requirements and countervailing measures present. Please take a look at the article on the QR code, and you will see some important things. When I have the use of of artificial intelligence to explainability, when I have the use of artificial intelligence that promotes few risks, I have security measures to explain. Thank you so much for your attention. I do hope you enjoyed my presentation, and I can field questions later on at the end. Thank you so much, Professor Fausto, for the brilliant speech. As Professor Fausto mentioned, after the three speakers on this panel, we'll have a few minutes for interaction among them and with the public also, if you would like to make remarks or questions specifically. So I will give the floor now to Professor Alberto Morales Sanchez. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Professor Walter and Matt for these events, bringing people together under these topics. I would like to thank the whole team and the audio department, video staff, translators, and sign language interpreters. And that is worth a lot, actually, for allowing us to be here and to be present in the hybrid mode and virtual too. I'm going to talk briefly about, but due to the time, I'm going to talk about a diagnostic of technological breakthroughs in my country, in Mexico, and human rights and remote work, how remote work has been working. As an introduction, I'm going to draw a comparison. You're experts in your country. I'm going to tell you about my country. We have 128.9 million people in Mexico. You have 212.6 million people in Brazil, a territory, surface area, almost 2 million square kilometers, and you have 8.5 million square kilometers. As for the Brazil is bigger than Australia, and per capita GDP also in Mexico, $8,346 and $6,798. And as for COVID-19 deaths due to COVID-19, and up until the trip I took on Monday, we have had 330,000 deaths, and Brazil 687,000 deaths. And that's your statistics. As for vaccinated people, the use of science by the population, 81.8 million Mexicans vaccinated against 172 million people in Brazil. Congratulations on the statistics. And internet in my country, it's written in the Constitution. It's Supreme Law, Article 6, Paragraph 3. And excuse me for the translation. I tried to translate it into Portuguese to be able to read it out to you and ensure access to technology and communication, to telecommunication services and radio services, Wi-Fi, and also the state will ensure the right to access to information technologies and communication, as well as radio broadcasting services and telecommunications in general, including wideband and internet. So that's the reality. It has been fashioned by the decree has been trying to approximate reality. Because you have history of mankind here. This is the stuff I have in my hand. The little gadget and I have in my hand makes lives people easier. Be it a pen or a cell phone, the gadgets could be an astrolabe or Gutenberg's press or computers. So knowledge and the production has always been present in human life. So for us, these definitions that that's a labor force, be it physical or intellectual, has been geared to producing outcomes, concrete, tangible outcomes. That's a paradigm of technology here. What does that have to do with knowledge? If we are to look at this picture, for me, paradigm is a sum total of practices and knowledge that defines a scientific discipline during a specific period. We must evolve those paradigms. We must evolve knowledge, and that which has been created and which we used to be correct is not so right and so purposeful anymore. So when I was in elementary school in Chiapas, where I was born and raised, I we were evolving that knowledge back then. That's the way I looked at it, and now we have to know how the knowledge has been evolving in terms of goods and services that are part of the economic activity of our country. Currently, we see that we pay for merchandise for the knowledge that's included inside the merchandise we purchase. We buy cell phones because there's technology built into it and testing knowledge as well. And currently, we have the capitalism of knowledge that places a price tag on things, on the knowledge that you have built into things. Now, from the process of knowledge, which is a phenomenon of manifestation, for me, the separation is I'll share it. Science, on one hand, is a systematization of knowledge and goals and the procedures to acquire them. Technology is a sum total of knowledge, specific knowledge, and processes to transform reality. And there's a difference between science and technology. Technology may transform reality, may change reality. We see that science is in charge of telling us how to produce, creating, sewing, and but technology will allow us to evolve further into a new reality, transform reality in which we're living to make it different. Nowadays, we are in a globalized world, and as in the pandemic, we've seen clearly how many months we went through being cooped up in one place, being held back in one place. Now, Professor Fausto has explained that we are going into the fourth industrial revolution. We have been evolving throughout this time, and the pandemic hit us. We can say that on the 31st of December, as was mentioned, you will remember the closing in Wuhan, China, and in some cases that erupted in Mexico on June 1st. We had 8% contaminated people within the Mexican population in 6 months. It evolved from one country to the whole world. And in this diagnostic of implementation of technological tools, we did it in April 2022, and the judicial branch in Mexico, all the way to October, we've updated it. And that's been updated on the basis of the use of technology and whilst the pandemic was going on, that made the evolution of communication so much faster because they told us stay at home, but I cannot stop the functioning of everything by staying at home. We have a digital lag, or here 72% of the population has access to the internet every day, and we all go through our smartphones, and we 28% don't have access to internet, or they have restricted use of the internet, so they have access to internet a few times a month only. And you're smarter in Brazil, and the figures that we have here show us the data that we have for Brazil.
Distribution in 2020, according to Geography Institution of Mexico, similar that the knowledge acquired through smartphone fulfills the needs. In using the smartphones, we see the messages and emailing, and we also are able to participate of classes, video conferences, cameras available, and it's combined many tools in one device and has more offer and demand in the market. And also a computer, notebooks has only 28% have these devices because of the costs, and it doesn't fulfill so many of the needs. But the mobile, yes, it fulfills many of the needs of the population. And the computer and also desktop computers in Mexico, they have smart TV, a country that loves soccer because they prefer maybe notebook laptops because they can take it anywhere they go, or tablets is also considered a luxury because exactly combined with video games is restricted to a group according to the age. We also have digital device in the judicial power. We have very few computers in the public sector. We have some areas that is very deficient that had 1.4 computers for each civil servant. So whoever works in Tabasco has only one computer. That's why we have this lack, this gap, digital gap. But I'm not talking only about the computer, but also the access to the internet and the subscription. What has already been used in some of the powers. We have all the Mexico provinces in these states where you don't see these colors. They still not use digital subscription services. We have some lawyers and other users that have very high level of certification and in this subscription, not only the external but also the internal use. Other jurisdiction sectors from Supreme Courts can also use these subscriptions and able to make the ruling of such judgments, and all the judges in several levels. And also the management system is also a system that can enable access to electronic documents. You have a true management system. You enter fields. We only have photocopies, old scanned documents only, but it's considered a management system. We can make some comment or remark some type of information, and you can see in each one of these color points here in this graph showing that in 4 states they have this type of management. We are highly deficient in this labor part of the judicial area, and also the civil matter that has advanced a lot in these subscription services. I'm gonna send, for example, a carry code for all of you so you can have access to this information here on the screen. You see the evolution of users that are using these subscription services and these digital tools. So there's very few users because the system is very deficient. So as users are not able to use electronic services and the legal system there in Mexico, and also the use of video conference separated by states. You can see in the civil matter it enters and the category which uses video conference services. We still need 4 months still to enter the specific system to make appeals or requests and other type of legal proceedings. Another aspect there in Mexico that is a matter of concern is the invasions, the hackers. We had a problem now that they entered national defense system, and they robbed 4 terabytes of information, and to make this download of this information they took 10 hours. So imagine the problem that this caused, and it's a major concern. They robbed all of this information involving military surveillance and other files from the National Security Service of Mexico, and there is a list of 6 million people. They appear photos, bank accounts, information, and we have that famous accreditation to identify the badge, to identify themselves. We have the list of all citizens that could be also robbed with this information that could, the information this data contains, addresses, and all information of these users. That's why I know that this type of hacker attack was a major concern, and of human rights in Mexico is part of our constitution. But we have human rights, and Professor Allison here will talk more about this aspect in Mexico with more detail. And in principle, you have also a constitution article. Each judge, for example, they can apply or not this norm. This is a municipality treaty. It can be even more important than the Constitution itself. It has a broader coverage of human rights, or even more rights involving labor aspects regarding international process, with broader coverage if this means less damages or losses for individuals. So it enables the creation or not by the state of public policies, or because of the inactivity, I can create a political policy, and this also affects human rights. What happened during the pandemic? Stay at home. If they don't leave their house, they won't be able to eat or receive money or their wage. So this is the feeling that was happened at the time. How does it applies this right? This compliance is proper to the law. And here it says that all the authorities and all the administrative levels, it doesn't say of the independent institutions, but they are all obliged to obey or follow aspects regarding to human rights. This reform was amended in 2011. This article of 123 was ratified in 2016, where everyone has the right to dignified labor. And by this would be promote the creation of jobs and the social organization of the labor according to the law. Those that are fanatic to the story, in 1910 there was a revolution in my country, and at the end of this revolution, this constitution was then developed, and this work that does not generate any type of contribution to the public network. This does not make sense. The word labor must be socially useful. We have to have a vision that the group is more important than the individual. And the most important question, the health secretariat was asked if someday we will go back to our reality. We thought that this was something normal, and we ask ourselves, is there any labor relationships after in the post-pandemic? And in Mexico, we also worked on the concept of teleworking, remote working, and there is a reform in the federal law that mentions the home office aspect. But in Mexico, there are 3 types of workers, employees. We have levels of workers. We say We mentioned paragraph 1A, which refers to the private sector, individual point. Item E says of the refers to the public sector, and Article C, there's a difference with the 1A, which where the worker or employee will only have or entitled to 15 days of vacation. We also have the hybrid category in embassies and consulates and military. They have their own labor system. They create their own rules and they legislate their own work-labor relationships. And his Article 330A that referred to the teleworking, remote working, and it's a form of organization that consists also in the paid activities near the physical space of the work. So you can go from one place to the other, and the home office mode is considered a different space because it's not considered then as a home of that worker. On the other hand, you can build city, and then we will live in this city with more than 14 million inhabitants. Think that in the pandemic, a father, a parent that is in a video conference with all his children running around the house and screaming, and he's working. This happens also in the apartment. So most of them do not remain at home, but prefer going to a coffee shop or a restaurant to try to work. So we can see this type of employee is referred to in this regulation, new regulation. So the employers have also special obligations and duties to try then to pay, for example, the electricity bill or provide a table or a chair for the office. So respecting to disconnect these people that work in this home office mode when he finishes this 8-hour work, daily work. For example, in Spain, they have the right to disconnect from this internet connection. He has a right to disconnect his mobile phone and not to work no longer than that time. But I'm already at my house, and so at which moment do I stop working and start my resting period? I live in Mexico, and so I could continue to work because I didn't have a family, I didn't have children, so I didn't need to talk to someone. So these people, for example, they notice that they already work throughout the night. So this has been have to have some rules. So there were some campaigns in this sense. So this electoral procedure mentioned that all days and hours are useful. So I'm obliged to work 24 hours, 7 days per week. This is inhuman. No one can resist 15 hours without sleep. So we have to answer political parties in Mexico. It gives a lot of importance to political parties because they are the guardians of the democracy. And unfortunately, this reform was very beautiful in the past, but today the national force of occupation, maybe of the home office, the percentage is 10.6%, is significant if we consider private companies, less significant if we refer to the part of the government, as we have the violations to human rights, and the state should work more with emphasis on this. And this is my email if you want to contact me. And this is a carry code, so you can have access to the presentation, or you can send me an email. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Professor Alberto. So call Professor Alison Mello, both Professor Fausto, and they referred to Professor Alison. That's the idea of participation. Professor Alison had to make the link between these two talks and talk about some perspectives that were not addressed in the first two talks. So there were expectations created here. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alison Mello. And I think you can see this from the presentation. I'm from the state of Ceará. I want to try to be so funny. I will be serious here. First of all, I'd like to thank for this invitation from Ms. Mach in the name of the dean of the school, Judge Marcos Vasbola, and the vice director, Judge Angela. And I would also like to thank the master's program of this Mach in the name of Professor Gustavo Pascoal, and also Professor Walter, also greeting here at the table for this invitation. We are friends for a long time now. So let's start to talk about to answer to this challenge. I know that some people already have been sending questions or will send questions. My proposal is not to wear out the theme, but I raise some points for discussion. As Professor Walter already mentioned, I have a PhD in law and also professor of the institution 7 Setembro. I also want to be a little narcissist in talking about myself, so that you can situate my talk and talk about my institution, because this theme for me it's quite complex. I'm not a labor attorney, and that you're already familiar with the speech pro labor and pro employment. I have a vision, a more complex vision, because I'm also an employee. I'm a public servant. I'm a entrepreneur, and I'm an investor. So we have employees as well. So we have a wider vision of this reality that sometimes is seen not in a macro way. So this has been the orientation of my area, and I research a broader field, which is a part of the economic law. And why am I mentioning this? Because I'm also a corporate professor. I'm president of the Bar Association Committee and the member of the Infrastructure Institution. He's in everywhere. Why? Because of the complexity and the need to analyze the problems under a macro and legal perspective. I think the term that I've been using to analyze in a macro legal way. So I just want to give this brief introduction and thanks my wife that is back in Fortaleza with my two daughters and my dog, and to give this opportunity to be here and to be back to a presential event. So I'm a little excited. And I'm professor at USAT. It's not marketing, but I have the program focused to private law. It's the only program of the north and northeastern part concentrated on private law.
I am very proud to be there, and it has to do with the topic of my speech. Perhaps I'll take it up again at the end. Our program is 2 lines of research. Human rights is one of them, and market issues. We get assessments Our program has been awarded a grade 4 and our PhD program as well. Interestingly enough, these lines of research allow me, as a professor of a basic subject matter, to have my feet on both sides of the fence. Human rights on one side and market issues on the other. On the other side, and they have to go hand in hand. They must not be dealt with separately. I teach two courses. One of them is research and teaching methodology, and in that course, I teach my students to teach. That is, I would like you to give me feedback on my slides. It took me a while to make them up. I've been learning to make slides. Perhaps it's different from the slides of my colleagues, and differently from my colleagues. Um, I promise to be quick. I don't know how much time I have. 15 minutes. I am a teacher, a professor of contemporary practices, and I have launched it. And how technology impacted how law has been trying to answer that problem. And I try also to stimulate my students to explore their areas of interest. And I have legal text and notary offices. So coming here was a great opportunity for me to be able to consolidate many of the reflections I've made in the classroom around the topics of labor issues with that specific look that was proposed by Professor Walter. I'm an editor of some publications, legal publications from FASET. Our journal is linked to my area of expertise. We get articles from up to 3 authors, and at least one of them has a PhD in private issues and private relations, and some aspects that may be linked to environmental issues, fiscal issues, tax issues, but the focus is on private sector issues. I just told you what we're all up to, and just to give you an idea, I'm going to try to give you an approach to reflect upon the future in a context. That's pretty much the approach that I have in my discipline, in my course. I'm gonna give you a bird's eye view of what I do in the classroom. So I have some pillars in my course that I work on with my students. I will show you 2 of those pillars. I use 3 pillars, but for our topic, I think 2 are most significant. 2 of them are most significant. The first one of them is the theory of creative destruction by Joseph Schumpeter. Joseph Schumpeter lived towards the end of the 19th century, early 20th century, and he brought us this idea that technology comes to destroy what existed before. But this destruction is not nihilistic. It gives rise to the appearance of new ways of cohabitation and relationships. This is just for you to have an idea of how we have evolved in terms of technology. New things have come about and old things have disappeared. For example, I still have a turntable, a vintage turntable to play records at home. I keep it as a souvenir of the past. But the idea, I would like to give you this kind of reflection for you to start off our discussion. When I talk about music, it's valid for everything, our social relations and all, from all aspects that I've been looking into on a research level, and labor relations as well. We've been facing a different reality. Is if you were to think of it, the CLT was designed back in the 1930s, the last century, inspired in the Italian model. and drew inspiration from the Italian model back in the 1930s. And of course, there have been many changes in the past 90 years in the ways we work and and the way we invest our resources, financial and human resources. This is yet another paradigm, which is the post-modernity paradigm. And in the post-modernity, I joke with my students saying that post-modernity, we have many metaphors. Many of them are used, and I love the metaphor of Sigmund Bauman. Things are no longer black and white. It's the liquid society, as Bauman puts it. Modernity masks the black and white. Today, everything is gray. Everything is in between black and white. As Bauman says, everything is in a liquid state. We don't have a clear-cut line differentiating things between X and Y. We were talking about labor relations. Today, in the 21st century, it has become even more evident. Technology has leveraged this process, has boosted this process. I'd like to work on these two paradigms. The first one of them is it has to do with a creative destruction, and the second one has to do with this liquidity, if you will, of post modernity. And going into the hard topic of our discussion, before talking about the labor relations and the pandemic, and I'd like to draw your attention to human rights. Human rights on the labor market were among the first of such rights in history, in the history of mankind. The World the International Labor Organization was founded even before the United Nations. It precedes the UN system itself, the International Labor Organization, ILO. So you see how work is an important pillar in the building and construction of human rights. Yet another important aspect that we should recall is that human rights, human labor rights, are enshrined in most international documents within the codes and agreements, the International Economic, Social, and Cultural Pact rights, the pact on those rights, and also in the protocol, the additional protocol to the American Human Rights Charter, the San Salvador Charter about social, cultural, and economic rights. Labor rights are stuck in that zone between social and economic rights. They're found somewhere in between. It's important to highlight that. In this slide, I have highlighted some situations of impacts that the pandemic has caused on labor relations. It's important to remember that we have impacts on entrepreneurial relations and entrepreneurship, and the work and the company labor and companies must go hand in hand. And this is just to illustrate that I could sum up some of them as a public civil servant. And again, I have a disclaimer here. I have a higher education. For me, it was very easy and practical to migrate to a model of telework, the green aspect of it, work from home as a civil servant, as a professor. Working from home was doable, feasible, and very easy to do. Other workers in the public service, even in my institutions, didn't have an easy time. Actually, they didn't have a computer at home or good internet services that could cater at the right speed to their demands. That their service, their internet was not strong enough, and they just couldn't cope. Managers wanted demands to work at the same speed as before, pre-pandemic times. They had a hard time achieving that goal and fulfilling that end. I'd like to draw your attention to the situation of the Blue Square, the Uberization. I was talking to Professor Fausto about the use of the term Uberization the term has been consecrated, and it's hard to propose a second issue. The idea of Uberization has become even more evident in this, in the whole polemics and the whole controversy. But the biggest impact was the unemployment. The first two images, people that lost their jobs because the company had to shut down its doors and they have to migrate to informality. They increased the ranks of the of informal workers. Even some officially registered employees, they couldn't make ends meet, and they had to complement their income with informal labor or entrepreneurship. It's a long-standing discussion. I sometimes wonder, and I put this question to my students in my course. One of my students said, "I want to do research in labor rights of informal workers." Well, is he a worker or an entrepreneur? Is he his own boss? Does he run his own business, his or her? Why would he be a worker and not an entrepreneur? So this gray area of informality is very interesting. That post-modernity has taken us to this gray area of digitally excluded people and entrepreneurs slash informal workers. So in the civil construction sector in yellow, other sectors were essential in the pandemic, and they were at risk. That we had a high number of deaths in in that section. There was a big impact on labor relations in the context of the pandemic. The scenario of unemployment, of absence of opportunities, gave rise to new professional avenues. I have digital influencers. I don't know if you can rate them, but we've had a growing wave of the market, those who produce content without prejudice to programmers, which is an area that's hotly disputed today. The pandemic generated a big pressure, mostly in those two senses: an economic pressure for companies and on employees, and a technological pressure to those that could migrate technologically. So there were many breakthroughs in the private sector as well as in the public sector in terms of technology and work from home and telework, which is the main topic of our speech, of my presentation. I'm going to speed things up because I have my I'm trying to keep tabs of the time. I'm not going to go into further detail. I'm going to give you a broad brush of the things that my colleagues have talked about. The legislation that preceded the pandemic, that after the pandemic, they were worked on, just to highlight and the lower bottom of the square, many laws and bills were geared to telework and remote work from home. They're not exactly the same thing, and other kinds of work, uh, non-office work, if you will. That was a key point in the post-pandemic world. Considering that 2022, we can say that we have survived the pandemic. The focus in 2022 has been on the issue of telework. But I'd like to mention here the labor reform of 2017 and the previous legislation that began to show us that what I was trying to tell you about, that we have now a gray zone in the labor market: intermittent work, temporary work, outsourced work. Now, for end activities, for example, a specific legal regime for self-employed people. They have a bachelor's degree, and I make twice as much as the greatest benefit of the retirement social security system, for example, exclusive employed people. There is a backlash legislation here. We're going to start having many situations in addition to previously existing situations, such as, for example, intermittent workers. We're going to have an increase and the amount of types of different types of work. I'm not going to talk about employment because that's the whole point of my speech. The paradigm, the employment paradigm that was an imperative in the 20th century, that was the grounds for the CLT, has been called into question. The individual labor contracts, standard individual labor contracts, um, they have been shown to be incapable of catering to the needs of the market, and it has given rise to more problems than solutions when it comes to social and relations and legal issues as well. And I find myself in a situation that's quite distant, saying we can adopt a critical attitude, but what kind of attitude should we have vis-a-vis these issues? Should we curb the technological evolution? Should we halt the process of disintegration of employment? To think of many ways of working, to draw the focus away from the specific labor contract, to understand the legal implications arising from that question. The foundation of the legal system is to analyze the characteristics of the labor relationship. If we'll see if the person fits into the CLT. I'm going to see if he or she fulfills the requirements, the famous requirements of the labor relation. You must remember that these are five. The doctrine consolidates it in five modalities or characteristics. The most important one of them, and they're equally important, but the most important one of them is alternity. So I'm working for someone else. I'm working for the financial benefit of someone else. So in my design, I have some kinds of work that mitigate that logic. The uh, the phenomenon of the explosion of legal entities towards the end of last century has become more frequent. When we talk about franchise, we're talking about commercial representation. It masks, many times, it masks a relation of alternativeness. So you really struggle to make a profit. Self-employment also masks relations of working for the benefit of someone else. So I'm not going to read them out one by one, just to highlight the most important ones in my view. And working on applications, on computer applications, and subordination. These two are the most important issues, and the subordination, and these two are the crux of the problem when we analyze employment situation. When you're working through an application, a computer application, the driver, in the case of Uber, the driver, for example, does he or she have autonomy? What kind of autonomy is it? And does the algorithm control his or her work? Up to what extent do they make money doing that? I've read many articles, and there have been many research studies showing that the earnings of a worker through application, the Uberization process, gives a false impression, generates a false impression based exactly on this new paradigm that has come about. The feeling that you're the owner of your own company, you're your own boss, if you will, and that the money you make is enough to make ends meet, is enough to make you meet your bills at the end of the month, and that they have their own vehicle and there are maintenance costs associated. But you can see here the narrative and this paradigm. For example, if someone goes to the labor court on with a complaint, Uber-related complaint, for example, people are complaining, but I like it the way it is because I'm my own boss. I work with as often as I want. If I need money, I'll turn on the application. I'll make money fairly. I don't owe anything to anyone. I'm no one's employee. I am my own boss. And there's yet another problem, which is the post-truth. It depends on the point of view of the worker himself or herself, whether he feels like a worker working for an algorithm or whether he is his own boss, hence an entrepreneur. Professor Walter, I'm just going to show you some statistics about Brazil. See here, for example, that formal work, formal labor, and formal employment relations with proper documents has fallen. 36.8% of workers in Brazil today are fully documented employees, and they're employees and companies without the proper full documents. And you have autonomous self-employed people, and those have been growing in numbers. And that's post-modernity scenarios. There will be different ways to work, and they'll be vying for predominance. But in my view, I'd like to draw your attention. In some, for example, if I'm faced with multinational corporations or large companies in specific segments, sectors, I will have that model of work. But in most cases, when I'm dealing with micro enterprises and small size companies, I start having a modulation of that scenario, the employment scenario. In 2008, 15 years ago, Professor of mine wrote a book called Critical Liberalism, denouncing that situation. See, I got lawsuits that the employer was a foreman and his employees were his own assistants. And the worker wanted his full rights, and the foreman was his boss, and he felt betrayed, or he felt distressed by imposing on someone with a similar economic situation that he did, to actually place a burden on the people that work for him.
The image that you see is neither the young population, referring to the young population that's increasing even more this year from 20.7% of young people that don't do anything, they don't have any job as a set of content production, which is the value is really questioned. Myself, I reflect on this, and at one point there a content generation that produces content, and to reduce this level of unemployment among the young population. And this is here the voluntary dismissed layoffs. And people started to ask to be dismissed because they don't identify themselves with the values of these companies. The top graph shows that in 2016 and until 2020, the level of layoffs, dismissals, voluntary dismissals, they exceeded 2 million, and today this number has reached almost 3 million. And when you even see these workers that have a better level, this dismissal, voluntary dismissal has even increased, and that people have observed that they don't want to be in this type of jobs. And talking about new paradigms of the labor environment. And to conclude, I just want to excuse for the time. I'm trying to summarize which are the new paradigms of the labor relationship, labor and the law. I'm doing like a forecast. I analyze data using computers with the support of technology. It's a forecast. And I want to do this together with you. This is the liquidity of this labor agreed contract. I see that the labor paradigm of the employment is disappearing, giving place to a new paradigm which has been involved in the social imagery. If this is good or bad, you have to have an own critical perspective. It's the protection of the jobs. As a professor, I don't want to position myself. I think you have to understand both sides, and you have to understand what is a job, but also perceive when when you are in a situation that you have more freedom. For example, on the self-employed, I included self-employed. This relationship between employee and employer is is also given here focus in this type of relationship. And the last item of this paradigm is the matter of the flexibility and security, or I'm combining both words, flexibility and security. Flex security. It's I can have more flexibility in the way I work and the time I enter or leave the company, but also with collaboration from the part of the business and of the companies, and considering some benefits such as uh, of this flexibilization of the labor agreements. This has been happening again, and more recently, you see more that some type of employments have been disappearing, and the pandemic has accelerated this trend. We also, but on the other hand, we see the appearance of new types of jobs of employment. The students today in school by 2030, 66% will be working on employment and jobs that don't exist today. And we want to see that initiative of the government agents. They need to foster the economic agents and promote the training and the development of this human capital of the people that are being dismissed or laid off in this process of unemployment. So they have a more updated training to the labor market and towards the 21st century, and emphasizing what has been said, new tools of social security to tackle these new challenges. And to conclude the three last points, the idea of a new corporate culture. Today, I'm a professor that I like the values of my institution where I teach, and this is more and more demanded. The higher the level of in education this person has, more this person wants to identify with his working environment. He doesn't want to work to a company with with values that he or she doesn't agree. The creation of SG programs, environmental and social governance programs, and the engagement of the teams, effective teams, not that engagement just to promote these competitions, to interact with teams, but the engagement in the project that this company proposes seems to be this new paradigm and the development of small businesses more against the development of large companies. And a novelty that has also been appearing is the result. The vesting contract was the contract that refers to the retention of talents and the option of purchases for these new employees to using these both contracts. They can buy shares in this company for which he works to, the distribution, profit distribution among the employees. It seems that now in 21st century, has been more viable, this scenario. But once again, the focus is to top level, C levels that demand higher formation and new challenges and new labor protections, some that are under development and some that are still going to be created or implemented. I think this is going to be the major challenges of the judiciary power. First of all, would be the personal data. LGPD is already in effect and it's being required by the companies. They have a policy of protection of the data of its employees and the surveillance. This term is quite broad. It's not only the cameras installed in bathrooms, for example, but also what people say in the social media and how these measures impact their work and the life quality of life. And the pandemic uh, had a high death toll, and people seek for a different quality of life in the period pre-pandemic. So this movement of dismissals and trying to seek a remote or hybrid work, seeking for to seek to improve their quality of life. And we saw that in the pandemic how fragile is our lives. And since from today on, of course with responsibility and the exhaustion, and I'm going to do then the link to the talk of Alberto's talk is the last reform in 2021. There is a forecast not so effective as compared to the Mexican legislation, even in remote work, teleworking on the hybrid work, you must respect the resting period of this working journey. But it ensures this protection, at least formally. The fourth item is the new working hours. And I, as a professional, I see that the time post-pandemic is different than the period pre-pandemic. It's not working the same way. It has been more and more required from the employees, and especially considering this remote work or this teleworking. So new reflections and new protections will have to be considered regarding the working hours of this employee and also the new payment or wages to the employees, and they want to create new rules of this remote teleworking based on in the city where he lives. If the cost of living index is higher than the salary, it will be higher. But if he lives in a city where the cost of living is lower, then his wage will be different from the other employee that lives in a more expensive city. So this was already a reality pre-pandemic, and that will be intensified. And current data, they show that only 10% of women population, they want to continue with the 100% presential work. And many of them are resigning from leadership functions because exactly for the time they used to dedicate to the company, and they want to dedicate to the family. They have more time to dedicate to their families. An important aspect here will be a new union forms as an answer to think about a new format of the union, which is based on the traditional model from 1930. So the unions, they must renew themselves and try to think new ways that can the variable forms of the workers. And just to finish my presentation, I just want to show some news where to show you how the legal systems are facing these difficulties, and the uh, labor working limit between drivers and the Uber. We have recent decisions 2021 with TST showing that that, and now in April, another group that judged this binding labor link, they recognize this link. So the judges, they need to have a new formation for to understand these new technologies and how they work, especially in what Professor Fausto raised, which is a specific point regarding the risks involved in this profession. The higher the risk, the higher use being these users or workers or clients, the more clearer these rules may be for people that are using these apps. And the second case from last year, from May 2021, two decisions, legal resolutions that determines also fiercely. It also involved Uber, and some of these agreements, they understood that these judges, they were very there was a strategic use in several courts where Uber lawyers, they noticed that will be the risk of jurisprudence in terms of the recognition of this labor relationships or legal binding. So exactly, so they could not give this precedent, so they did not to homologate this agreement. So I just want to thank that the labor justice needs to do this role and to protect employees and not only and workers in face of the risk that technology imposes currently. Thanks, Professor Allison, for your talk. Unfortunately, because of the time, we will have, following a new panel, I will not open for questions. Yeah, we received online and also questions here from the audience. They will be here available so you can ask them directly. And also, who already also sent online questions. We were going to answer them together with this Machi team. So I want to thank once again the presence of all of you. So now we will give the certificates to the speakers. And to give the certificate to the mediator for this panel, I invite Judge Angela Harnach. So, thank you for this session. Now I want to announce a special homage. SMART grants the academic merit to personalities that contribute for the development of the scientific research oriented to the enhancement of the rule of law services, and so there will be no more appropriate occasion where we have here professors, researchers from several arts of the world to recognize the importance of Professor Antonio Carlos dos Santos for the academic and scientific Brazilian world. So we want to call for this award of academic merit Professor Postdoc Antonio Carlos dos Santos to receive this medal, this award. And here I invite to give this award Judge Angela Hawanat.
Yes.
Antônio Carlos
Antônio Santos is Professor of Ethics in Philosophy, Political Ethics in the Department of Philosophy of UFS, and a visiting professor in Sorbonne, and postdoc in philosophy by the University of Doctor in Philosophy by the University of Paris, and a collaboration with the University of São Paulo, and Masters of Philosophy from the University of São Paulo as assistant coordinator of Human Science, Social Sciences from the interdisciplinary area of CAPES.
Boa tarde a todas e todos. Professor Antônio Carlos,
Good afternoon.
do mestrado. E a SMART, pedido encarecido do desembargador Marcos quis fazer essa homenagem e de forma de surpresa, professor Antônio Carlos. Então, receba com muito carinho. Eu preparei aqui algumas palavras, né, para homenageá-lo. O que dizer do professor Antônio Carlos? Inicialmente, como avaliador da Câmara 2 de Ciências Humanas e Sociais, da área interdisciplinar, visitou-nos em diligência como parte da avaliação da proposta do então novo curso de mestrado em Prestação Jurisdicional e Direitos Humanos, uma parceria da SMART com a Universidade Federal de Tocantins.
Partnership of SMART with the Federal University of Tocantins. We can say with the scientific, ethical, and strictness, seriousness are characteristics, and he was very strict in this evaluation. I remember that before I knew we will delay this visit, but something conquered your heart and to propose a master's program so different and innovative and in the northern region of the country. And you came to Tocantins sometimes for talks, to participate of talks, lectures at this Congress, and to be working together with the master's staff and to promote in interdisciplinarity.
Interdisciplinarmente, tendo tido uma formação disciplinar. Em outro momento, para uma oficina,
de estrito senso. A essa altura, pessoal, né, ele já era carinhosamente esperado por cada visita, sem o temor da visita.
So at that time, we expected visits, and we have great honor to have Professor Antônio Carlos Santos as the professor of the course. And Adelson has already talked about his CV. He has several articles published in Brazil and abroad, in England, Germany, Canada, France, Bulgaria, Peru, and also is part of the executive committee of Société Internationale d'Études. And my French is not huitième siècle and the conditions as the president of the Brazilian Association of the 18th Century Studies. And is a regular federal professor to integrate the staff of the stricto census of the Federal University of Tocantins and Ismate. Thank you, Professor Antonio Carlos. So receive our homage to thank you for all you have offered us. We inverted this agenda so that you could talk with receiving our homage and so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely honored with this medal, and I'm sorry if you had this initial surprise. And unfortunately, this happens, and it only almost happens with when you are receiving a representative from CAPES. This frequently happens. Yeah, these are like inspectors, like they're gonna assess or fiscalize. It's even worse because then he repeated after I called his attention. But what we really do when we propose a visit, as I said in that on the first day, in the sense to collaborate and to verify means and modes so that we can improve the proposal that I know that's very complex and very difficult. But fortunately here you have very competent people and that they really are totally dedicated to this program. Deborah, Maria Luisa, the U of T professors, the employees, smart employees, with people with vision as yourself and Dr. Marcos Vilas Boas. These are people that then make this transformation possible. As until I believe that we can change the thinking and the reasoning of the person to transform, to make them autonomous and independent, and that this autonomy, independence can improve the lives of everyone involved. You can count on my support and my collaboration. So thanks a lot for this recognition. I'm really honored. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, and congratulations. So the next panel, which will be also mediated by yourself, so please take your seat. Oh, the last panel that will be presented in our Congress, that is theme Education, Technology, and Human Rights Post-Pandemic. So we'd like to invite the speakers, Luciana Baques from Brazil,
Karine Salgado, também do
and
Brasil.
Karine Salgado, also from Brazil.
Neste momento, passo a
So
palavra
at this moment, I'll give the floor and the mediation to Professor Antônio Carlos.
Obrigado. Eu gostaria de apresentar
I would
os
like
colegas da
then to
mesa
introduce
do encerramento e
the
encerrar
speakers of this
o congresso
panel and
com muita responsabilidade.
to well, we'll be closing also this section. Is a lot of responsibility. I joked with Maria Luisa. It's a major responsibility to close this Congress. So it's such an important Congress. Everyone is already tired. So I would ask for benevolence and so that we are able to accomplish this task. And first of all, I would like to thank the presence of all of you. And thanks the organizing committee, Maria Luisa, Débora, all the professors that worked, and all the technicians, the interpreters, and there's a lot of engagement so that this Congress could be held in this brilliant manner as we are approaching to the end of this Congress. So I'd like to also to thank Professor Karine Salgado and Professor Luciana Baques. Professor Karine is from Federal University of Minas Gerais, and Luciana from Nassau from Canoas. I'm just going to summarize their CP so we have more time to discuss. And here are our speakers, so we'll have a little time. Luciana Baques is a doctor in education in the science of education from the University of Lumière from Lyon. She has also a sponsorship in the University of Paris Descartes, Sorbonne, and currently she is a professor at UNILASALLE in Canoas and a postgrad in education. And Professor Karine Salgado, she is doctor in law from the Federal University of Minas Gerais, is postdoc from the University of Barcelona, and she has a sponsorship in the University of Hamburg, and she's associate professor in the University of Minas Gerais. So I'll give the floor according to our program. Professor Luciana will then start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to coincide with with Professor Antonio, congratulating all of you, and thanking the whole staff, the interpretation team, sign language, and other languages as well. Our purpose is to discuss education technology and human rights in the post-pandemic world. Professor Antonio told you about the human side of Luciana. I'd like to include here my research group and LaSalle CNPq, and we've come on a journey building up knowledge through a relationship in which everybody has learned and taught at the same time. We've been learning and teaching all at once. My husband, professor told you about his wife that stayed back home, but my husband is here with me. In the first conference, Professor Alisi said how good it was to come back to Tocantins, and she mentioned a lot of people that she knew that she visited again. I felt a bit jealous because I am human, and it's the first time I've come to Tocantins, and I got to know Suzane back in São Luís do Maranhão. It's the only person I knew presently here in Tocantins. I have been in touch with Patricia, who I only met now, I got to know Professor Karina on her way from the airport, and Professor Antonio among so many people that I met here. So I'm very happy to see these people that I met present here in the audience. And also, I feel a bit out of place. I felt out of place because I work in education, and I've been dealing with social sciences and internet issues, but I felt I've been granted a warm welcome by Professor Sylvia, who mentioned Nicholas Huma, because I worked on my dissertation as well as my master's thesis and all the research studies that I've been working on. I've worked with Francisco Varela and Alberto Maturani on the self basis poetic theory. We're talking about the human rights that like to live like anybody else. So we were taken by we were taken by a storm by the virus COVID-19, and due to the recommendations of the World Health Organization, and living and went through many transformations. We've been washing our hands, wearing masks, but the most difficult part of it was social distancing. We human beings, we enjoy living next to each other, living together, which is one of the most precious issues alluded to by Francisco Varela and Alberto Maturani. So what was the process, the education process like in the midst of this big confusion and this disturbance that we've had in relation to our human condition? Education went through a chaotic time, not just education, but all other segments trying to uphold activities and without knowing what was happening really. Uh, where we could go, where we could reach. There's a list of resolutions that were taken here in Brazil so as to provide continuity to the process of building knowledge in the school system at all levels. I'm talking about the education of children, elementary school, high school, the education of youngsters and adults, and upper education, higher education, better said. So, without much further ado, nobody knew exactly what was going on and where we were headed. So, a complete resolution came up on the 7th of July, 2020. It was a resolution, as you can see on the screen, with very few lines. And we teachers, much like all other professionals in other market segments, we have to struggle. We have to struggle so that our professionalism could actually take place and flourish as best as possible so we could feel like professionals accomplishing their activities. It's not a novelty to anyone. Everybody went through that point in time, that moment, where we may be retaking and remembering certain things to see how difficult it was and how far we've come without knowing for sure what was happening at the time. I'm bringing you some data. These are recent data because we lived through that period in 2020, 2021, 22. The data are being collected, they're being assessed, and they're not accurate, precise, ironclad data, perhaps with the census of 2022, when the data will be presented, we will have a clear idea of where we were and where we were headed and where we got after all the demands that have been listed. I'd like to highlight a few things. 4.3 million Brazilian students, 4.1 million of these students that study in the public school system. Our attention, my attention now, will be drawn to most students, to the majority. I'm going to discuss the pandemic in the public school system. 2021, 49% of the municipal departments of education indicated high degrees of difficulty of access to the internet. Among Brazilians that have access to the internet, only 45.1% do it through their computers. That means that many students and many students. They read articles. They carry out activities, and they do things on the screen of their cell phone, which is quite small. They have to be very brave to accomplish their goals. There was a big difference between social classes, research, teaching networks, age brackets, and the geographic location among citizens. We see here, for example, in urban areas, better access to the internet, differently from rural areas, and also other regions in Brazil, like the north and the northeast. Well, within this scenario that I presented to you, which was quite chaotic, we tried to reorganize our activities and pursuant to our environment. I'm bringing you an example from France, which is where I live. I live in both countries actually, but up until last year, I was living longer periods in France. So I'm giving you the example so we may understand exactly what happened in other countries. In Brazil, the activities in the public school system, they tried to reorganize themselves as best as possible with those 3, 4 lines of in the resolution. We tried to teach. Many schools didn't have technological support, sophisticated technical support, and they ended up using social networks to talk to their students. Among many social networks that we have, in the sense of transposing what we went through in our daily lives within our geographically located spaces to a space which is virtual and digital. In that sense, we have lost congruence. In France, they made available a platform called Ma classe à la maison, which is a platform that works as a repository of materials. And that also shows how difficult it is to uphold congruency with technology. Access rates in France were quite significant, starting with the implementation of that platform. But they ascertained that the children of immigrants, for example, had a much difficulty gaining access to it because many parents didn't have literacy skills in French, which shows another side to exclusion. It was not just economic exclusion, but rather an exclusion of access and difficulty dealing with the language of the country to which they had migrated. But we must not forget in all this and this whole scenario that regardless of the technology, we have this congruence that's quite strong with everything we have available to us, or which we made available. Who, who hasn't taken part in a meeting where students couldn't open up their cameras because their internet package didn't support it? So we taught our classes with little balls. Teachers would get to school and say, "Look, today I taught a bunch of balls, little spheres," because the package of their students was not strong enough so that they could show their faces. I have the example of a student who teaches at a riverbank school in the city of Manaus, where a community, even before the pandemic, they had been socially isolated from the urban area. At a first time, she came up with a bunch of strategies on WhatsApp, but the connection on the internet, parents needed to cross the river, and in the middle of the river, they were able to capture this 3G signal. So she decided that that was not the best strategy to get to her students. So the school where she worked came up with a whole system of the students would leave Manaus on a boat. They would take printed material to school. Once they got to school, the parents of the children would go to school to fetch the written material. They would take it home. They would take the pictures of the students doing the homework. So this is, let's call it, digital literacy. These communities built this platform in order to be able to uphold the teaching and learning process alive. Given this scenario, from my university, what did we do with this? Many times, we at university, we sat in our comfortable offices and we look at the world outside through rosy spectacles. So now it was the time to actually step into our schools, and that's exactly what happened. We developed several research projects geared to online education linked to higher learning, and a project which is a recontextualization developed in a partnership with the University of Club Lyon in France, where we developed the storytelling to be able to contextualize sciences. And this project was unfolded into ripple effects that are now being developed in the schools of the public school system of Canoas. The third year of our Canoas public education system, which is what we have De La Salle University. These children went through emergency remote learning in their literacy years. According to EBNCC, these children should have been provided literacy skills, and when she went back to school, they had not been given the proper literacy skills. They couldn't read or write. This project began them in the beginning of the year with pre-tests, follow-up work, and continuous education and observation, follow-up work on researchers and teachers in school to be able to do at the end a post-test. But what we have identified is that a high number of children are still at the syllable level, at the level of syllables, reading and writing, with no link between grapheme and phoneme. So we've had a very important, significant work in that sense, but we haven't stopped. Let's go. We have forged ahead. Emerging concepts. Let me see if I got the right slide. Yes, I did. Some emerging concepts then showed up. And these research studies and that line of work, taking into account the education of children, elementary school, high school, and higher education. We got the concept of online education, which is different from distance learning. Online education, we established a process of teaching and learning, not only teaching but also learning through digital interfaces, and therefore we must think of the congruence back in the beginning of my presentation. I cannot have a super heavy video if the community that the video is geared to doesn't have enough bandwidth for it to support that heavy video. So we have to think of online education differently from distance learning. So the question of interactivity and communication, multi-directional communication and connectivity, and mostly the authorship of students. We usually say that look what the internet is doing to society, but who's feeding the internet? So it's time we started thinking about the authorship of the people that are feeding things into the internet. We have also made evident the concept of hybrid education, which is not only a hybridization of modalities, mixing present studies with online studies. It's a bit beyond that. We have to think of the hybrid perspectives of articulation and engendering different elements. And we can think of a hybrid language. How are we living now? We have the translator of sign language, translators in French, Spanish, and English. We have a written text in front of you and myself talking. So we're muddling through in this environment. There are hybrid spaces. For example, someone is on a boat in the middle of the river trying to fish out a connection of some sort. And one of my students even said, look, we created podcasts, educational podcasts. And then I told my students, do you know what those podcasts, how do they look like in the network? They said, look, network is the hammock. Oh no, it's the net that we use to fit when we go fishing. That's the hybridization of languages that's even more present in our educational context. And we can think also of a hybridization of cultures as well, which is what we were living right now. When a professor said, "Look, I'm from the South," you can tell from my accent. And I told him, "Look, you haven't heard my accent, which is much stronger than his." And we also have in this perspective of hybrid education the question of interaction and autonomy, self-reliance, and authorship to configure ecosystems geared to learning. And we get to what we have referred to currently as on life education, which is an education connected to life for life, not an education that I will use in the world outside or an education that I will use for my future. Well, then, there are many questions that have cropped up. And that's one of the questions that Professor Patricia has instigated me to think about, and I'd like to invite you to think along those questions along with me pertaining to those questions. We need necessarily to do the resignification of digital technological artifacts. We have to understand the new meanings of these artifacts and their multiple meanings. When someone thought of WhatsApp, for example, and created that instantaneous communication tool that everybody uses, nobody thought that that would become a space also for interaction for our courses at university. All the classrooms have WhatsApp, all our classes. And I didn't come up with a WhatsApp group in my classes, and my students were like, "Come on, dear teacher, in what world do you think you live?" So we must understand that technology as a novelty. We're talking about novelties that crop up every single day, day in, day out. We must understand that the Second Life is an innovation to improve teaching and learning processes. Most importantly, creativity. But the creativity in the course of the pandemic didn't take place organically. In some spaces, it grew wings, whereas in other spaces, the wings were clipped. I would ask you at this point, your father, the father works all day long, he's got one cell phone. He gets home at work, he gets home at night, and is so tired. He has 4 children who they all need to do remote homework. This is not organic learning. Come on, let's face it. Metaverse. It's a novelty. Let's see if the videos will. Let's see if the video will work. We don't know if it's going to work. You will see here, for example. Oh, the video's not working. You will see. This is an island on which I worked with Professor Eliane Schiemer from the University of Vale do Rio dos Sinos, Unicinas, and we built an island for the network of Catholic institutions in Brazil, and that is the model building of Unilassalle, my university, where I work. And we have the feeling that we're visiting Canoas. It's so pretty. You can fly around, but that has no meaning whatsoever if there is not a pedagogical goal built into it. So we came up with an anatomy laboratory in which we can go into the laboratory, anatomy laboratory. You have our avatars going into the laboratory, starting from a teleport, and we are inside the kidney system and the bloodstream. Cool. But only if there is a teaching proposal behind it. Otherwise, it's just a novelty. Another example, online games that we're already working with them. I've worked with an online game trophy. It is very similar to the Minecraft. Initially, we have built the protective bubble, which is the bubble of our research group. Our scholarship students worked hard on it. Thank you so much to all of them for it. And the idea was later on in a seminar of the PPG in education, we built epistemological metaphors to discuss the different perspectives of hybridization. So, leaving the bubble, we're going to find later the constructs of the students in this seminar. And we did the whole theoretical study, first of all, and then later make the transposition to a metaphor. the transition to a metaphor. So technology in and of itself does not work miracles. They need to have a strong learning foundation. What our professor was saying before, epistemology, for good epistemologies is crucial to sustain a learning process grounded in novelties and innovations. Um, I also have the hybrid media, and have Forest Guardians game book built by the research group, virtual community research group by Professor Lena Alves from the Federal University of Bahia. And in addition to the game book, Forest Guardians, we've worked also on an executable PowerPoint through a partnership with Université Club Bernard Lyon, where we came up with the adventures of Pierre and Marie, Peter and Mary, in the world of vegetables, fruits, and living beings. We have our game book built by our research group, especially my PhD student Eduardo, and I will show it quickly to you, the video that he came up with introducing this video. I'm going to show you how the game book is playing out. Our game has been inspired in a literary narrative called The Adventures of Manuel. I'm going to show you a section. Manuela, our character, is in the Amazon forest. It's a game created by the RPG Maker. It's going to be worked on, and the schools are going to be working on it in the initial years, working on certain concepts of geography with those first year, second year, and third year students, most importantly. This game book, we've been working also with Portuguese and mathematics through the mini games. All of these things tell us that the ways to think of a virtual cohabitation environment, not just through technologies, but a whole sum of total of technologies where students are creators, authors, and they can express themselves in the way they see fit, and they can get also, we can all get to an idea of an immense digital emancipation. The idea is not to transform children into what we want them to be, but to help them transform themselves into what they feel like being or what they feel like becoming, thinking of human beings as holders of rights, as bearers of rights, who can develop their own teaching and learning processes. Configuring, therefore, those cohabitation, co-living spaces. Some reflections, I'll put them to your appreciation, and drawing inspiration from the food for thought left by Professor Patricia, so we can provide continuity in our Q&A later on. Thank you so much to all of you for your undivided attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Luciana. Just keeping in mind that say was divided in two parts. The first part focused on education technology, and the last part in human rights. The reason why Professor Luciana started, and now she'll continue with Professor Karine Salgado, which is talk a little more about the second part, which is human rights. Once Professor Karine has his degree in law. Professor Karine, thanks again for accepting our invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to first congratulate the organization of the event. It's a very interesting and rich event that brought us new ideas, new perspectives, and then effectively was able to be interdisciplinary as mission and to do what a Congress really needs to do to gather people and gather ideas so these ideas multiply themselves and that they inspire and more inspiring and more inspired to. It's an honor to be part of this event. I leave here with an experience, new experience of very rich information, and I'm very thankful for that. I would like to I would like to greet my colleagues, Professor Antônio Carlos, Professor Luciana. It's a immense satisfaction to be here and discuss human rights with you, with my colleagues, and I want to greet everyone here present and also virtually present because the technology opened this possibility for us in this reach, and this is a very positive aspect of technology. Before starting to talk about specifically about what I propose to is the forms, how technology can help us, support us in education, human rights education. I just want to make two observations about the images that you see in my presentation. These images don't really exactly make us feel comfortable, and this is intended. It's done on purpose, but I think that we need some type of discomfort so we can discuss some problems, and they have this role as Plato. They agreed. We think through images and words, and I think this is so appropriate while reflecting on human rights. And additionally, they're very significant, at least from my point of view, because these images, they were designed in 2018 for the celebration of 70 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the UN. So 30 Brazilian artists were invited to illustrate each one of them one of the 30 articles of this declaration. I don't have it, but I will not associate the image with these declarations, but I didn't freer interpretation of using this image with my talk. For a long time, yes, the major challenge of human rights was its knowledge, its awareness of this, and it was not by mere chance, which a very strong movement towards human rights by France and the United States that were inspired other declarations. I have some challenges here using technology. But actually, when these Declaration of Human Rights appeared in the 18th century, will be the recognition by the states. And I'm talking about declaration, I'm emphasizing this word. We're talking about a set of rights that were not granted by the state, but it has to be then recognized by the state. And this is a key difference because the message that we see underlines was inherent to the human being, and it was a mere responsibility of the state to recognize it. The recognition of the human rights was a major challenge of the 18th century because you have good to call your attention. We are addressing individual rights that they require a mission from the state. It acts as a shield against arbitration of the political power, the abuse of political power. But this was not the only challenge that these declarations needed to address. There was also a pedagogical aspect. We had to, we had this term had to be defined and explained because it was not known, so they didn't the possible of the potential and the transformation, the social transformation that these declarations could bring to the society. So these declarations then were also because they needed to inform the citizens of their rights and enable an awareness of its prerogatives and its equal condition among all citizens. That definitely was not seen in that historic reality of these people. And of course, this is not easily accomplished. And the task of this knowledge on human rights, and unfortunately, this task we tried to face and defeat since these first declaration, but it's still far away to be totally accomplished. But of course, at that time, the journey was quite extensive. And if you consider a reality that considers slavery as something natural in life, and that they didn't assign innate permit authorize women to have any participation in the political scenario. We can imagine the size of the challenge, that how to introduce this idea of human rights to the collective imagery, and to make this as a transformation tool. Um, I don't have the pretentious to talk about the history of human rights, but I want to mention a little bit of this history to place the human rights in the contemporary era. Since its conception, we are facing challenge of this understanding of the awareness of the social of the human rights that is inherent to the human being. This phase is not totally accomplished, but see how interesting. A new phase seems to be to appear in the new horizon. And yes, Rapsamais, I do think about the movement of history. Don't you see how before we can accomplish a determined stage, it sees that another challenge already appears on the horizon. Speeding up this stage that still is ongoing is accomplished fast, more quickly. This is similar to the history of the human rights in the 18th century when the first declarations appeared. Definitely that culture, that society at that time were not ready to receive those ideas. There were not even ways to promote these ideas. But even then, the history and philosophy race and and then made society more prompt or more ready to receive these new ideas. In addition to the challenges of knowledge about human rights, is a phase that we still have to advance to consider accomplished. There's a new challenge that is already urgent, is the action as the subject of the human rights. It's not enough that each individual knows that he has human rights, that he's entitled to rights. It's no use to give him a list, but the main challenge to make this right effective is to make this individual to act as the subject of these human rights, because the right depends of life, because or else he is simply a dead letter. It's according to our behavior conduct that accepts or denies that norm. What is worth if I'm entitled to that right? If I don't make it worth, if I defend this right, I can read also the corresponding duties in relating to human rights. When we talk about all human rights, we're talking about bilateral aspects such as duties and rights. In But when we are talking about rights, we're talking about duties and obligations, and the duties about human rights is not only a responsibility of the state, it's our responsibility, the responsibility of each one of us. If I don't recognize the person that is on my side and I don't respect his or her right, I'm contributing for a setback in terms of human rights. And every minute I respect the rights of the person that is by my side. So the judicial power has an essential role in this journey to make these human rights effective. For in addition to this process, well, there is or this right to be made effective, depending on the behavior of each one. And this way, the citizen and the judicial system, what I want to emphasize here, when we think about the effectiveness of these human rights, our tendency is to immediately look at the figure of a judge for the applications of the norms through this judicial power. This is essential for the to make these rights effective. But in addition to this application, that's a material that's more tangible and visible through images and symbols, and all this set of processes and elements that enables for us an application that's almost touchable. So this individual has also the responsibility to make this right effective, and he has to understand his role. My intention here in this talk is not to talk about the effectiveness of the rights through by the state or by the judicial power. Yeah, I know that there are more prepared here colleagues have done this, so this is a responsibility talk to be the last to talk. So we have a greater responsibility to try to reach the same levels of my colleagues. My focus here is not the judicial power, which has been already talked in this Congress. My focus here is to try specifically about the citizen and his role, and the role of as we have as individuals in this process and this challenge that I showed here, which is the action as the actor and the individual that is entitled to these human rights. And here we are dealing with a situation, a very complex situation, and the awareness of these human rights. So my proposal here is to evaluate the contemporary society and see how in the conditions of the society and how he can use the available technology to for this journey in the education towards human rights. So therefore, I would like to talk briefly about education and the impacts of the pandemic on education. Very well known the intrinsic relationship between education and human rights. The more access you have to knowledge, the more educational opportunity, the higher the chance that you have human rights ensured in that society. And the inverse is also true. The lower the access to education, the more restricted access to the knowledge in a general way, not only formal education, more vulnerable and about will be the violation to the human rights is a conclusion that we can get easily and analyzing any human rights report. And during the pandemic, there was no effectiveness of human rights without education for human rights. Education felt a lot the impacts in this difficult moment of our history. Example, I'm going to show this example. It's not pertinent to our discussion, but easily it illustrates the size of the impact that we suffered during the pandemic, the levels of literacy for children in 5, 6 years. Please correct me if I'm mistaken. They're dropped severely during the pandemic, and not only between more vulnerable classes, but also among higher classes, but of course in the lower level. But there was a significant impact that was registered, and the report Todos pela Educação, All for Education shows. And of the same sense, UNESCO calculated that more than 50% of the states failed to provide support in this education. There's another institution measurement that the human rights are pointed out by society, and the right to education, which more suffered and more became vulnerable during the pandemic. But this report points out that human rights in a general way were very fragile during this period, which showed in the research conducted in 34 countries throughout the world, among them Brazil. If this pandemic scenario represented major challenges where the access to the internet in other countries is very difficult. On the other hand, explore new educational proposals, not only in the formal education, but showing the important role, for good or for bad, that technology has in the contemporary society. And that's why I would like to briefly talk about this society. If everything goes around the effectiveness of entitlement to the human rights, if this effectiveness does depend exclusively of the state, but it also depends of each and every one of us, we cannot just sit and wait so that for the state to grant us these human rights. Of course, the provision of service are in charge of the state, but it also depends on each one of us. If the effectiveness depends of the citizen of its education, we have to verify the conditions of this society to enable these human rights. And what are the conditions we have to become subjects of human rights? The action of the citizen as a human rights subject is essential. With no state interference, no institution can replace the citizen, but can be also work together. There are other studies showing the impacts of the pandemic, good or bad, to the society, and the impacts of the technology side. Within the society. I just would like to make some observations how technology changed our relationships and our way of thinking and our way of choosing things. If this new technology brought possibilities and advantages, on the other hand, it brought some very painful consequences. There was never a period that we had so much access to information. And what it was, the excessive volume of information became a barrier to the knowledge and to the information to refer to the contemporary society, the society of lack of in cultural society. The present is this, the lack of hope in the future, the immediate and the consumism became essential for our action. And the forms, the consumption forms, that reasoning, instrumental reasoning that was addressed by Weber, that identify the adequate means for the end that we choose. According to Bauman, this is inverted in the consumption relationships. Instead of the ends to define the means, is the means that seek for the end results. Is the product that seeks for demand, not the demand that seeks for the product. And when Bauman makes this comment, I immediately refer to the smartwatches. Did the society have a demand for more technological watches? It seems that the watches would be abolished because all mobile phones already have a watch. But the feeling that I have, first the product was created, and then this product was included in a marketing strategy, and to show how this could be useful in my life, in the life of a consumer. It could improve my life, becoming indispensable. So the product created the demand and not the contrary. And also Marco Vargas Llosa makes a comment about the contemporary society that's very pertinent. He says, culture is always served as a theoretical framework so that we can see in a more critical way to our reality, so can analyze more deeply our reality, its incoherences and its flaws, and propose changes. But in the last 2 decades, the role of the culture has been transformed totally. Culture became entertainment. The more I'm far away from the reality of my problems, the better it is, more valued it would be. I don't think it's by mere chance when I was child, only children like superheroes. Today, adults like superheroes with the capacity that culture has to entertain or distract and to alienate us from our reality. Is the conclusion that he gets to in his famous book, The Society of the Spectacles. Immediate society that must be satisfied full time is a seasoned individual necessity, something that is supreme and imperious, that this over is more important than any other change, is a society that's incapable of acting as a human rights subject and consequently paralyzes, that cannot be totally responsible, be a responsibility by the state. We are the tragedy that happened in the last 2 years made us to perceive that in addition to this routine, tiresome routine, we didn't remember anymore and the self isolation. In addition to the people that are friends, we belong to a larger group of society, and we identify ourselves and we feel empathy to this larger group. And this was made in a very painful way, that our attitudes impacts in the whole, for good or for bad. And this impacts ourselves because in addition to being individuals, we're all part of the whole. The example of the use of masks, which becomes mandatory, and how this collective attitude affects the other one. We discover that we're more collectively than we imagined, and we are less individuals than we believed that we were. Here is exactly at this point there's opening, very rich opening for the effectiveness of human rights. If I'm attached to merely collectivist perspective or individualist perspective, I leave a very narrow window regarding human rights. But as a society, if you understand as individual and a collective, and this dialectic as part of the whole, we open a possibility, a more favorable possibility to have made these human rights effective. And technology that I described as an instrument that shows the society's crisis but can impact in a bad or good way, it can be also an instrument of positive transformation of this society and the challenge of the human rights. So then I start the last part of my talk, and I would like to say how technology can help us in this challenge to transform this subject, the most important individual of this human rights. I'm not going to not discuss education, human rights, and technology in this society that have that responsibility of human rights. What use can I give to technology to make this society advance quicker? So I evaluate the positive aspects, the best way, I try to evaluate the best way we have to use the technology in favor of human rights. The technological advances re-signify the learning processes, school environment, school spaces, and experience in this environment. In this sense, the pandemic contributed for the wider scope and to analyze its positive and negative aspects. Human rights is a matters of theme for excellence interdisciplinary, right, political geography, history, and many other themes are strongly required in any discussion of on the topic. So, in my opinion, a theme that is so rich cannot be taught only through theories. It also requires practical experience and tools that enables the individual for his condition of the rights. This challenge of the human rights, it goes through all the transformation levels, education levels, from the primary education to the higher education, and exceeds the school benches to to affect the society as a whole. For this, I want to prove that the demand for the human rights, or the demand for the formation of the citizen, it affects the society in general, and not only from the individual. For the student, it's no worth. I cannot expect that the school solves all the issue involving human rights, because we are all needy in these terms as a promoter of human rights. Technology enables the access to this information, which can be considered an important step in the process of human rights. There are two more aspects that are sub-dimension and should be evaluated more carefully. And here to conclude, what I like to say as I criticize society and the way how we are making effective these human rights. So I feel obliged to propose not a solution, a magic solution for this problem. I don't have this pretensions, but at least to recommend some instruments or some pathways, and also based on technology that can favor a better implementation of this task. That is to bring the subject to act as entitled to this right.
These are two aspects that seem to me to be undervalued and underdimensioned, undersized, that we must look at carefully as the better drawing upon these technologies and the networks that they build better, and to benefit education and of human rights in the human rights arena. Number two, to understand better that the task of building a fair society made up of citizens, bearer of rights, aware of their rights and acting upon them, and aware of their rights and duties, especially when it comes to human rights. That's a task not only on the part of educators, but also it requires engagement of democratic institutions, society, and each and every one of us. Schools are a fundamental key to this process. The education process is a social transformation process. So, in this sense, acting on networks is crucial between scientific knowledge, philosophical knowledge produced in academic circles, and the content that circulates on the other side in social media. There is a huge difference. There is a whole abyss that starts with the language used at each end of the spectrum and ends up in the total lack of perception in social media of the relevance that the topic of human rights has to the everyday lives of everyone who's involved in the process. We need greater engagement in the social media, a communicative approximation that will allow us to trigger the interest of those communities for human rights, but who will make these contributions, these communities promoters and agents towards citizenship rights and the awareness of citizens as bearers of human rights. And I insist on this expression, bearers of human rights. Not, I want to emphasize the protagonist role, the leading role of these citizens as bearers of rights and duties, and to make them effective. And so we can have massive acts. We must engage government departments at all levels and spheres, non-government organizations, and civil society in each and every one of us. So how come we're not promoters of human rights? How come we're being so remiss regarding that which is the main task of every citizen? That's a rhetorical general question, but these are questions that have tortured me in the past couple of weeks. Ever since I began to think of this talk I'm making right now, these questions have been. I've been thinking about them. How come I'm not a promoter of human rights effectively? After thinking, I'm outsourcing the question to see if I can get rid of that torture. But after thinking about it for a while, I got to the conclusion in my case, I'm talking about we, but I'm talking about myself at this point, and eventually, occasionally, someone in the audience might identify with me. But all of us as a society, there are exceptions, but in general, all of us, even if we're jurists or experts in human rights, or I'm not even a member of that group, but even if we do have knowledge, deeper knowledge and privileged knowledge of human rights, all of us are still, nonetheless, we still need to be subjects of human rights. All of us need greater capacity building in order to effectively contribute to the fulfillment of these rights, to make each and every one of us an agent, an actor, a bearer of human rights that exercises his or her role is to demand a social transformation in the medium term. But this is not an impossible transformation. Initiatives in that sense come from all kinds of places. And to conclude, I'd like to mention two examples of technologies that have worked in favor of this transformation of a subject that knows has got rights to a subject who is the bearer and holder of these rights. I'm referring to two applications. One of them, I'm not going to mention them because each state has its own application, but it allows us to denounce acts of domestic violence against women. That application allows women to become protagonists of their own rights, but they have claimed those rights. But it's a tool that allows them to effectively complain and advocate and claim their bearers of their rights. But everyone is able to contribute so that the woman's right, which is the right that all of us have, will be respected. In the same sense, there is another application, this is less well known, that has been created by the TSC so that every citizen, whether a voter or not, foreign or Brazilian, even a child, can denounce disrespect for the electoral law. If a candidate leaves electoral trash around town, I can take a picture and make a claim against those who are disrespecting the electoral law. I'm not just trying to make it effective, but I'm actually claiming my right to a clean environment, which is one of the most difficult things to do, and so that society will act collectively in its own favor and on behalf of the environment. Our way is long indeed, but this awareness must be the reason for us to walk vigorously, in earnest, to put into practice the reflection and the fulfillment of human rights at the center of society. That's what we're lacking. There's no justice without human rights. There are no human rights without democracy and without social engagement. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Carini, for this brilliant speech. I'm not going to talk very much, but I feel a bit motivated to build a bridge between the speakers and occasional questions that you might have. And I have some questions, online questions, but beyond those questions, I'd like to say a few words. This relationship between human rights, education, and technology. We cannot think of those topics without thinking of a problem, a crucial problem, which is the problem of disinformation, popularly known as fake news. How can we, Professor Karine and Professor Luciana both talked about technology and how technology has helped us and still helps us in education, but that same technology has polluted us, sorry for the expression, has dumped so much disinformation on us. So this fake news, this disinformation is the vehicle through which we we're denouncing, we're making arguments against sociologists have called moral panic. They lead to moral panic, which seeks a scapegoat to serve as a foundation for persecution of ethnic groups, much like the case of Jews in Germany, that's to lay guilt on foreigners and extraneous people in the United States in the Trump era or Muslims in Europe, among other cases that we know so well. And recently, the Northeasterners here in Brazil. We cannot forget that this scapegoat has scared all of us. We all know that the curious thing about it is, and that is not a matter of chance, every now and then we get a sort of here on Earth, these. It's almost like a ghost haunting us. And this election, we call it communism. There will be an invasion of communism in Brazil, as if it were possible, as if there were indeed effectively communism hounding us. The conspiracy theories are excellent pretexts for fake news, especially at times of election, and even worse, in a post-pandemic world. So, some time ago, I watched a conference by Professor Maria Lúcia Gracia Palares Burke from the University of Cambridge, and she highlighted three aspects, interesting aspects about this link between education and the pandemic. I will try to summarize the three aspects that she alluded to and that she developed brilliantly. She says, look, the first one of them is the effect that the pandemic brought as a consequence the grave, deliberate attempt to fool the population. The pandemic, not just the pandemic, but the fake news around it, it was thought of, not it wasn't a matter of chance to fool the population. We must remember the case of Americans, Republicans in the United States, who attributed to the Chinese the creation of COVID 19 in a laboratory and its dissemination around the world. We must not forget either that the Chinese said that it was the U.S. military forces that came up with COVID-19. We don't know anything about it, but it's a conspiracy theory. It's a world conspiracy, a metaphysical entity. It exists. It's got consequences, but it's an idea that nobody knows for sure what it is. Nobody can put their finger on it. The second aspect is to deny that there is a cure, or that there was a cure for coronavirus, and hence we deny, as we did, in fact, the purchase of the vaccine, or we recommend uh, ineffective medicine, which is the case of the Brazilian government, or a curious case of distinguished Russian, Lukashenko, who sustained the idea that the virus could be abolished in the body with daily doses of vodka. I don't know if you read it, but I did. So the third aspect is the cure for evil, not just the vaccine itself, since it doesn't serve any purpose, but to provoke infertility in women and to turn into an alligator in the case of Brazil, or it could be a microchip to be introduced in the body of people so that people would be controlled through Chinese computers. All of these things were disseminated around Brazil, but also outside of Brazil, abroad. And the worst of it all is that many beliefs were built around those myths, and many people still believe that they're true. So, by associating the uncertainty of the effectiveness of the vaccine to fake news that were disseminated together as a package, many departed from the premise that science would deal with the certainty and not with probability, with doubt, with the uncertain. And that's part of science. Sciences deal with uncertainties, not dogmas. Religions deal with dogmas, not science. So the controversies are part and parcel of science. And that indicates, I think, that is part of what the sociologists call uh, the new illiteracy, which is deep down inside the loss of one's ability to read long texts. According to Professor Burke, and I quote her again in this conference, she quoted I thought it was wonderful. And many people don't read; they tend only to scan the text. End of quote. So I can see it in my own students. 10 years ago, I've been a professor for 30 years. 20 years ago, let's say, I used to work with my for Plato, Republic, the Republic by Plato, with my students. If I work with my students of Plato's Republic, they'll kill me. They'll be, they'll take my name to the dean's office. They'll be complaining about me. But for the Cambridge University Professor Burke, younger generations have been losing their ability to learn long texts, the reason for which they have become easy prey to shallow, superficial explanations. In that sense, the proliferation of fake news is clearly associated with the rise of social media, according to recent studies. So we have, on the one hand, an audience that doesn't have the capacity or the patience to read long texts. They see images that scan the text. Well, hence, consequently, any uh, any information that's more precise that requires greater attention is a reason for them to tune out and overlook the information. What we should wonder is, how is education going to help us combat fake news and preserve and uphold human rights? That's the question I tried to 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 answer, and that's food for thought for our panel. Uh, we don't have ready-made recipes to answer that question. The importance of technology, we all know it's crucial for the discovery of truth and as fast as possible. The problem of this attempt to shed light on things is that it turns to experts more so than the general public. So, if technology has brought us fake news, it has also brought us the discovery and falsehoods that the digital world has boosted or has promoted. What Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Les Remèdes du Mal, where is evil? And where you find evil, you will also find a remedy for it. Technology has brought us fake news, but it will help us clarify and shed light on the fake news and to combat fake news. Technology is also a vehicle, or one of the vehicles through which we will be able to ban this evil or to mitigate its effects. So I if some time ago, a few years ago, all efforts were geared to making children learn to read fast. Today, we need to make efforts in the sense and the sense, in the opposite sense, and ensure that children will be patient enough to appreciate reading. And that, of course, it takes time. So, to make sure a child will grow used to enjoying reading, what Nietzsche calls brooding over thoughts and appreciate a text and thinking about it. So that's what we need to do with fake news. It's a way to combat fake news. So at the end of the day, and to wrap up my remarks, we need to learn to navigate through the internet with discernment, with insight. That's a great tool for us to be able to combat fake news and make sure that education will expand using the technological means that are available to us so as to help us defend, expand human rights. That's what I had to say to you as a reaction to the presentations by my colleagues, who I think, I should thank once again for their brilliant participation in our Congress. Thank you. Well, then, we have a question here from the audience, and I'll read it. A student says the following: artificial intelligence in the legal environment has led to violations of the due process of law. Therefore, it is an infringement upon human rights. What do you think about that statement? First of all, thank you for the question. This is a very specific aspect that it is not really part and parcel of the research line I do, but it's an attempt to use technology for the decisions for the conflict resolution, but that has to be looked at very carefully because at the end of the day, what we're dealing with the lives of people and the consequences that they'll bear for the rest of their lives. And when we talk about human rights, we're talking about consequences that are even more drastic. It's not about financial losses because that can make a decision that didn't seem to be very adequate because an algorithm applied a formula and got to that value. We're talking about something much more precious. We're talking about dignity, and I think that everything that has to do with human dignity must be seen cautiously. Uh, talk, Dealing with human rights that are infringed upon between two individuals is one thing, but talking about infringement of human rights that hurt our dignity is something totally different. In a consumption relationship, a company doesn't deliver the products that I purchased. My rights have been infringed upon, but my dignity has not been hurt. They will hurt my dignity, or anyone will do so, when I am treated in a different manner as the way I should be treated and when I'm not respected as a human being. So when we talk about human rights, we're talking about a nucleus, part four, it's rights that are very delicate and crucial to our dignity. I think that at the very minimum, it's we shouldn't trust artificial intelligence with the task of engaging in conflict resolution pertaining to those human rights. Well, I'd like to thank you for the question. I don't know. I don't work in the area of rights. I study artificial intelligence. I understand that technology and some of the examples, for example, the example of fake news technology has been created by human beings. I think it's high time we assumed this responsibility as human beings because it's easy to blame artificial intelligence. It's easy to blame social media, but behind the fake news, which you find on the social media, there are human beings. There's someone who thought of the fake news. And same thing happens, the question of artificial intelligence, it's the same thing. So I think it's high time we human beings took responsibility for our acts. And starting at that point, we must understand that those acts have a consequence on the lives of other people. Hence, I am also equally responsible for the lives of other people. Uh, it's indeterminate subject. Actually, they did so. Someone did so. Someone did it, and at the end of the day, no one will take responsibility. How many things did we do in terms of fake news? How many things were taken by way of decisions based on artificial intelligence, and that were not looked upon on the basis of this decision-making process through a human connotation at the end of it, later on, and we say that they did so, they did it. So it seems to me that those things are easy enough, but it's not responsible enough to say it. So then we'll see what we'll do as if behind it we didn't have human beings with the intention of disseminating fake news, a human being that programmed a certain artificial intelligence, but didn't take care of the human actions. I remember in the context of education, people were talking about technology that they'll replace teachers. And I wonder what technology would be able to look at the student and understand their history, their background, and the space in which they live. And from that point on, they would help them become what they want to be. So technology might be able to look at students and to look at the part of the history and then determine what they should be based on the patterns according to which they've been programmed. And then we lose our human condition. And I think, it's the whole trick is lost in the process. Thank you so much, professors. Are there any questions from the audience? Please, one at a time. Don't flood us with questions, please. I always kid my students if nobody asks questions, I'll call on people to ask me questions. But Really, what do you mean, ma'am? Sorry, I was afraid. Anyway, let's go. Here, I found it. It's well, what's the role of universities and education for human rights, in your opinion? Um, Universities, the University of Fortaleza has been awarded the fifth Innovati award with creative citizenship teaching human rights to communities. It is an example of how these things are possible. So the question is to both of you, actually, what is the role of universities in the education of human rights?
Should I start? Thanks for the question. I think that university is slowly reinventing itself and understanding better its role inside the society. I think for already for some time, and sometimes we are there sitting in an office and we write an article and publish this article, and someone mentions us, and we really this and like that, and we forgot to see life how it really is. I think that the university has been assuming this role. We there, Rio Grande do Sul, received immigrants from Haiti from the because of the catastrophe that happened there, and the Brazilian government opened the doors of the country, and I think this is a very beautiful and important moment. But sometimes we forgot to look beyond this. How I opened my house to a visit, and I don't have nothing to offer, not even a coffee. I think the University Union Assal, they developed a program, integration program of these immigrants, providing them a better condition so that they can adapt themselves and to install themselves. But I still think that more. I think that we are still lacking efforts in this sense. We position ourselves as a very important element in the ecosystem, but we're not doing entirely our role. Sometimes we are only in our speech, and we forget to look in the eye of the individual, of the person. But I think the actions are still too isolated. Thanks, Professor. Congratulations for the award, and thanks for the question. I think the question makes us think about two possibilities. One of them is education of of the students in the universities, the graduate students. The university I work is the offer of transversal discipline. It's a transversal discipline in human rights. It has more transdisciplinary view, but it has a focus on citizenship as a condition of the individual to become a subject and protagonist of its own rights. And the demand is huge. Some semester we have more than 300 students enrolled, something that we didn't expect. That we thought there would be little, if only a few students to have an education related to human rights. And this, by this discipline, it showed us that university has a participation in the education of human rights. When we talk about university, we're talking about a tripé: learning, research, and extension. There's no use if you research and produce knowledge, and if you don't replicate this knowledge through teaching it, or extend this teaching to the society itself, so the society can benefit from this knowledge. So this knowledge produced by the university in terms of human rights, it must be taken to the community. It has to extend to the community. In this sense, I think all the universities are responsible for this task, and the better fulfills its role. It also uh, accomplish its role, social role, and also educational role. If I just leave it inside the academic environment, this research, and then transform the society, I lose the opportunity to attain the whole objective of the academic life, that to offer something positive to the society that's added to transformations and with needs, all types of needs. So I think the university has a essential role in the formation of its students and also for the formation of the citizen in generally. So I have received already the request that the time has already is over the session. So I'd like to thank once again Professor Luciana and Professor Karina for this session, incredible session. I would like to thank the presence of all of you potentially and all, also those that are following us virtually. So I give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony. So we will give the certificates to the speakers. And now I'm invited to give the certificate to the mediator, Judge Angela Helmach.
Peço para que todos juntos
Please gather for the photo.
e peço licença para desfazermos esta mesa de trabalhos.
So now we're ending this session. At this moment, we finalize transmission of the 14th International Congress of Human Rights for all of those that have been following, also present virtually, and our thanks and have an excellent day.
E para os que permaneceram até agora,
And for those that are here,